Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you all for being here today. Before we start, may I ask that we please put a round of applause for Midleko Entertainment for waking us up this morning. Thank you, Midleko Meropa Entertainment. My name is Puleng Sekgalo, and I am the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair. I'm going to be your program director this morning. And I'm not alone. I'm here with my colleagues, Ms. Pearl Molekwa, who is going to be assisted by Ms. Trifosa Ntswilengwe. So we are going to be driving this ship for you today, this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for joining us. I would like to start by acknowledging our Executive Dean in the College of Human Sciences, Professor Zethu Inkosi. I would like to acknowledge the Luthuli family here today and also the executive management of the university represented here today. And also all of you distinguished guests. My dean will come and welcome you properly. So I would also just like to acknowledge all of you. Once again, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So why are we here today? We are here today for a very important reason. Today we are convening to reflect collectively on the Luthuli inquest. We are having this colloquium to think and to reflect and to be provoked, hopefully, to imagine what truth telling and what hearing and receiving the truth means for us, for justice, for healing. Today's colloquium convenes at a juncture of considerable significance within South Africa's democratic trajectory. The reopening of the inquest into the death of Chief Albert John Luthuli, 59 years later after his passing, cannot be reduced to a merely procedural or forensic exercise. It compels us, ladies and gentlemen, as scholars, as practitioners, as activists, and as citizens to interrogate the conditions under which historical truth is produced and the consequences for a nation's moral account when its official records are subsequently shown to have obscured rather than disclosed. This colloquium, therefore, constitutes an invitation to revisit our collective memory and to engage critically with questions of justice, of accountability, and the institutional generation of historical knowledge. Inkosi Luthuli, as we know, was a Nobel Peace Prize laureate, a moral authority within the liberation struggle. And he was a figure whose legacy is inextricably bound to this university's institutional identity through the research chair that bears his name, the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair. The fact that the circumstances of his death have been officially misrecorded or have been officially misrecorded for close to 6 decades warrants sustained reflection. It serves as a reminder that archives, courts, medical reports, and bureaucratic instruments are never ideologically neutral. There are sides at which power is exercised and at which power may, under determinate conditions, conceal its own violence. So when we speak about state violence, institutional violence, this is what we are referring to. And therefore, today's deliberations will occasion such an examination. We hope to together reread the archive against its grain, to scrutinize the ethics of dual loyalty among medical and forensic practitioners positioned between the state and the citizen. What does it mean to take an oath as a medical practitioner, but then write a report that is falsified? And then it takes us 6 decades for us to get to the truth. So it also offers us to really think about the unfinished mandate of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. These are not narrowly disciplinary preoccupations, ladies and gentlemen. They occupy the intersection of historiography, of psychology, when we think about the traumas that we're still carrying as a people, as families, as citizens, about jurisprudence, our legal systems, medical ethics, and heritage studies when we think about our archives. We cannot afford, therefore, the presumption that transitional justice constitutes a closed historical chapter. With an estimate 300 to 400 apartheid-era cases still awaiting resolution, this colloquium is neither purely commemorative nor retrospective. It is timeous, we believe, necessary, but also urgent. Accordingly, the colloquium is not oriented solely towards the reconsideration of a single historical event. It poses more expansive questions regarding the kind of society we are constituted and aspire to become as a democratic community. It interrogates whether our democratic institutions are fulfilling their foundational promises. And lastly, it invites critical reflection on the unfinished work of national reconciliation. And perhaps, most importantly, it underscores that the pursuit of truth is not a terminus, but an enduring democratic obligation. And therefore, it is my challenge to all the speakers today to take us on this journey. But it's not only the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. You are all here so that we can collectively reflect on this issue. And so I hope that as the speakers present here, it will be an invitation and you will see it as a provocation so that when we open up for engagements and discussions, you also share your own views and own reflections as well. And so I shall pause here and invite our Executive Dean, Professor Inkosi, to officially welcome us before we get into the business of the day. Let us please welcome Professor Inkosi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sanbonan, Dumelang, Abshen, Dimachironi, Goeiemorgen, dames en heren. Colleagues, it's my pleasure and gratitude to welcome you all to this event. We've got our program director, Prof. Buleng Sekgalo, who is a chair of Chief Albert Luthuli, and our sign language interpreter, Ms. Pearl Mbolekwa, and Ms. Trifosa and Swelengwe, and would love to thank the Luthuli family for allowing us to engage in this matter. I think our ambassador will join us, Mr. Salih Omar Abdu, who is ambassador from the state of Eritrea, and he's a dean of diplomatic corps. And then we've got our own acting vice principal for research, graduate studies and innovation, Professor Mpongwepe. And we've got Advocate Charlie Naidu, who is a chairperson of Luthuli Museum, and other representative from the Luthuli Museum. We have Mr. Brian Xaba, who is the director of Luthuli Museum. Dr. Sibusiso Ntsele, our forensic pathologist and medical legal consultant. And Dr. Sandisiwe Lerato Kobe, who is a senior lecturer in the Department of Christian Spirituality, Church History, and Missiology here at UNISA. Mr. Imtiaz Ahmed Kaji, who is a nephew of Ahmed Timur. and the representatives from the national and provincial government present this morning, SAPS colleagues who participated in this case, representative from the business community, foundations, the institute and religious community present here today, representatives from other institutions of higher learning, representatives from the National Prosecution Authority present, Ms. Lesigo Linda Prank, who's going to give us a poem in between the sessions, and also the Madleko Meropa Entertainment. We highly appreciate your music and support for the event. Representatives from the university community, union, alumni, and students present, members of the media from various media houses present here today, our esteemed guests, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. It's both an honor and privilege to welcome you to the University of South Africa for this important colloquium on the reopened inquest into the death of Chief Inkosi Luthuli, uMadlandona, and the unfinished work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. On behalf of the College of Human Sciences, I extend our sincere appreciation to participants who have traveled from across the country to participate in what promises to be a deeply meaningful and intellectual, consequential dialogue. I wish to begin by acknowledging the partnership between the College of Human Sciences and the Luthuli Museum, and by recording our appreciation to Professor Xaba and the research program that she leads for scholarly initiative that has brought us to this gathering. And one can ask why this matters in the College of Human Sciences and to the college itself. As the College of Human Sciences, we believe that the conservations we will have today are what the university needs, and it's crucial and public functions the university is institutionally obligated to lead. The human sciences are frequently mischaracterized as disciplines merely descriptive of social life. For example, their constitutive task is to render society intelligible to itself. The humanists, they interrogate the structural conditions under which injustice arises, the mechanism through which power becomes institutionalized, the processes by which identities are constituted, the conditions of memories, preservations, and erasure, and the pathways through which post-traumatic societies seek reconciliation. The College of Human Sciences exists, in essence, to examine the systems, institutions, and signifying practices through which human societies organize memory, justice, and belonging. For those of us in the College of Human Sciences, this is familiar terrain. Historians ask whose stories have been excluded. Sociologists examine how power becomes institutionalized. Political scientists explore the relationship between the state and its citizens. Legal scholars interrogate justice and constitutional accountability. Psychologists consider the intergenerational effects of trauma. Ethicists ask what responsibilities individuals and institutions carry when confronted with injustice. Heritage scholars remind us that memory is not simply inherited, but actively constructed. Each of these perspectives, in one way or another, is about the same underlying questions this colloquium poses. How do societies live honestly with their past? And what do they care? And what do they owe those who were harmed by the lies told about them? Chief Albert Luthuli's legacy continues to exert influence not only within South Africa, but across the global community. His leadership was grounded in personal integrity, moral courage, intellectual humility, and an unwavering commitment to the pursuit of justice through non-violent means. These virtues retain their analytical and normative salient today. As we confront the contemporary challenges of structural inequality, social fragmentation, the erosion of institutional trust, and the persistence of unresolved historical injustice, we are reminded that democratic life cannot flourish absent a sustained commitment to truth, accountability, and ethical leadership. As the college, we reaffirm our commitment to research in the service of the public good. We reaffirm our commitment to partnerships that strengthen public engaged scholarship. And we reaffirm our commitment to creating institutional platforms at which difficult questions may be examined with intellectual rigor, mutual respect, and a shared regard for the common interest. It is our hope that today's deliberations will deepen our scholarly understanding of the Luthuli inquest, while also catalyzing new collaborative research, informing public discourse, and contributing to the policy formulations in the domain of transitional justice. I accordingly welcome the participants of this colloquium, not merely as guests at an academic event, but as fellow interlocutors in a broader democratic project that's of recovering historical integrity and of honoring those such as Chief Albert Luthuli, whose truth have been too long deferred. I trust that today's proceedings will be methodologically rigorous, unsettling where the evidence requires it, and ultimately generative, producing insights, partnerships, and we hope that tangible outcomes that extend beyond these institutional walls will be delivered. On behalf of the College of Human Sciences, I wish you a productive and substantive colloquium. It now gives me a great pleasure to declare this colloquium formally open. You are all welcome. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Inkosi. Indeed, now we feel welcomed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all here in this room today, but others are joining us online. Others are joining us online, and others are also just missing out. But we would like for you to also share with them what it is that they're missing out. So please, we would like to invite you to please use the following hashtags so that you can, when you hear beautiful nuggets that you feel everybody else must hear, then you can share on your social media platforms. These are the hashtags that you can use. At UNISA 150 and beyond, at Albert Luthuli Colloquium, at Truth and Reconciliation. And don't worry, if you don't have the internet, we got you covered. Yes, you can just go and find, yes, you can just go and find UNISA event, and the password to use is UNISA with a capital U, UNISA at 2022 at. So please go ahead and share all the beautiful nuggets as the day continues. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to start, and our first speaker for the day is going to be Professor Mpongwepe. One of the things that we spoke about, colleagues, is the politics around archives. All along, for almost 6 decades, we have been reading about the death as being suicide. When we go to the archives, when we go to the knowledge that exists, this is what we have been taught, what we have been hearing, what we have been reading. And now we know otherwise. And so today we ask, what does it mean for the archives or for the reimagining of the archives? And how do we rewrite the archives? And to assist us to engage and grapple with this issue, we have Professor Mpongwepe, who is the Vice Principal, the Acting Vice Principal for Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation, and Commercialization here at UNISA. And now I would like to invite Prof. Mwepe to come and offer us his reflections. Let's please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you, Madam Program Director, for the opportunity to be part of this colloquium hosted by the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair. And good morning, members of the Luthuli family, distinguished guests, colleagues and cousins, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Program Director, in one of a Nollywood movie, in the beginning, the introductory scene shows a dog. And 30 years later, the dog is still the same. This is true as per the assertion of the towering archival theorist Eric Ketteler, who states that the cruel paradox in many revolutions is that what is left after the revolution resembles the past. Perhaps put differently by Nadine Gordimer in her award-winning novel, July's People, that in the interregnum, old habits perpetuate and entrench themselves in the so-called new order. Even when assigned the mandate to position archives to play an important role in redress, transformation, and knowledge production, maybe through oral history and other means that is relevant to the ordinary people, the archival situation still resembles apartheid and colonialism in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic I have been given is a tough one, relating to the South African jurisprudence in the reconstruction of records in the case of Chief Albert Luthuli, which primarily refers to the extensive use of expert crime scene reconstruction, historical simulation, and forensic records to overturn the 1967 apartheid-era narrative sounding the death of the ANC president and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Chief Albert Luthuli. I am therefore, ladies and gentlemen, approaching the topic from archival perspective, looking at deconstruction. To quote John Caputo's core argument on archive fever is that the living past cannot rise up from the dead and speak to us like dead stone. Caputo uses his framework of hermeneutics to explore how human memory, trauma, and historical function when structural evidence is lost. Madam Program Director, this, the French philosopher Jacques Derrida, in his text Archive Fever, sees similarity between psychoanalysis and archives, between the human mind and the archives, and what he calls recapitulation, where recapitulation seems impossible, when nothing any longer can reunite itself right in close to the head, to the principle, to the arc, or to the archives. The topic relates to the challenge of understanding and reconstructing the past through the archive. The notion of recapitulation reflects the struggle to make sense of fragmented memories or historical truth. It highlights the complexities inherent in the archival process, suggesting that the past cannot be neatly pieced together into a coherent narrative without confronting the dislocations and disruptions it entails. The structure of the archive is spectral, neither present nor absent. The impression left by the Freudian signature. Ladies and gentlemen, psychoanalysis, like history, aims to retrieve lost memories, memories with a story, the story that can help us today. History of archives is recording, and for every recording, there is something that is not included, the absence. The word archive has its roots in the Greek word arch, to govern, to control, to authorize. But for Derrida, the desire between psychoanalysis and archives are in the desire to recover moments of inception, the beginning, an origin in which a diluted way we think it might be some kind of truth. Nothing starts in the archives, nothing ever. Archives has meaning in both commencements and commandments, both a place, an original position, a beginning, a source, and a command, an authority, an order of human mind, of a supervisor, of a superior. Archives is a site of the great chain, the contract between the living and the dead, the locus of power and authority, inclusion and exclusion, the relation between the secret and non-secret, the private and the public. Sigmund Freud asked us, why do we remember? We remember what is useful. Madam Program Director, psychoanalysis should revolutionize through it. What has been hidden, what has been chosen, what has not been authorized. We mark things we wish to be forgotten to, remember trauma, past pain. The archives is a negotiation between our own marks, what we wish to mark, record, reorganize, and the marks and the absence of the marks of those long gone, those who will never do justice to. Archives are never faithful to reality, nor totally representative of it, but they play part in this reality, offering differences and alternatives to other possible statements of the perception. And to psychoanalysis, the archives is to engage and explore through old thoughts, long forgotten, to bring them to surface, and to the dead justice to find the return of the repressed. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not flit with a Derrida too long and turn to the overturned big lie. Bana ba bomma ba re le ge o ka ibuela lopeng mao go bua go bona. Ba re moapara chipa wa inyaoela. Le ge o ka ithinta lerole monkgo le suta di tla kwala gole tša ba tša lotwa ke dimpša. I don't know what it means. But the equivalent summary may be cases like chickens come home to roost. The big lie concept, in which Adolf Hitler wrote in his 1924 book, Mein Kampf, about how people are more likely to believe a massive falsehood than a small one because they would not fathom something having the infamy to distort the truth so extensively. And his minister of propaganda, Goebbels' actual principles, while the precise phrase repeat a lie 1,000 times is an attribution or paraphrase rather than a verified direct quote, it actually reflects Goebbels' documented strategy on mass manipulation and psychological control. Psychologists refer to this human tendency as the illusory truth effect, which proves that hearing a statement multiple times makes the brain process it more easily, leading people to believe it is true regardless of the facts. While repetition does not change objective reality, it fundamentally alters human perception and belief. Hence, apartheid government made us believe or know that Chief Albert Luthuli died in an accident. Madam Program Director, there is an official position of reconstructing archives. And there is my position of reconstructing archive, which is not official. Officially, correcting official archives is not done by erasing or overwriting original historical records. Instead, archivists add supplementary documentation, explanatory notes, or formal addendums to maintain the absolute integrity of the primary historical material. Restoring truth and memory is to fix gaps left by either war, natural disaster, finding marginalized voices, supporting justice, and stopping lies. You remember Benjamin Gates, played by Nicolas Cage in the movie National Treasure of 2004. All his life, he was searching for a treasure in order to change history, the history of his great-grandfather. So the principle of archival correction, the official principle, the first is that there is no erasure. Original records are never physically altered, deleted, or destroyed to fix an error. Then there's addendum and errata. Formal explanatory notes, verified corrections, or supplementary context. Files are linked or filed alongside the original record. And audit trails, a transparent tracking log records who request the change, the verified evidence supporting the correction, and the date the explanatory note was added. And the correction process, like in the case of Chief Albert Luthuli, it started with the inquest. And a formal request to verify factual proof of the error must, in the official record, it should be submitted to the National Archives and Record Service of South Africa, which has got a statutory regulatory role of managing records and memory of the Republic. And then there will be archival review, cross-referencing. And in the public domain, some will start rewriting biographies or the print for that biographies so that they are rectifying the record. This is a straightforward but bureaucratic and exclusionary. Let me digress a bit and then offer my opinion. Since 1994, more often than not, some new kind of a commission of inquiry is established to respond to some major crises faced by government. The commissions are often framed as moments of reckoning, institutional spaces where truth is meant to lead to justice and accountability. In 1960, the apartheid government set a vessel commission of inquiry to investigate and report on the occurrence in the district of Vereeniging at Sharpeville location. People who visit this township today, which some sites are on the list of UNESCO World Heritage, do so without connecting the dots with respect to names on headstones in the burial grounds, white pillars in the Garden of Remembrance, and those etched on 4 plaques fixed to the front wall of the gatehouse of the Human Rights Precinct. One of the most particular, interesting, and entirely overlooked name of the Sharpeville uprising is that of Boy Mofokeng, who is considered the catalyst to the shooting. What is striking about the name is that there is no headstone bearing his name at the Pelindaba cemetery. His name at the cemetery is replaced by Swartboy Mosia. Boy Mofokeng's name does, however, appear in one of the plaques mentioned earlier among those who died, and not Swartboy Mosia. Boy Mofokeng, who participated in the demonstration and was reported dead during the shooting, only to resurrect and testify months later at the Vessel Commission, is reflected in the archives of the Commission, which are in the custody of the National Archives of South Africa. Philip Frankel, former political studies professor at the University of Witwatersrand, claimed that he had learned about the identity of Boy Mofokeng from his police informants. The police informant told him that in December 1959, municipal police found an arms cache hidden in the house in which they were conducting liquor raid. They arrested Boy Mofokeng, self-styled buccaneer, and a well-known petty offender whom they encountered near the raid scene. The interrogation was carried out by Sergeant De Bruyn, a special branch operative from the Free State. He was visiting relatives in Vereeniging to commemorate the day of the war on December 16. He was called to assist with the interrogation while he was having evening braai vleis around 1 a.m. He came with a bottle of brandy from the evening barbecue and shared it among white policemen at the station. And during drinking, they interrogated Boy, suspended him on a pole, spinning him around between the blows, and repeatedly kicked him and beaten him with shambok. After a severe beating, police discovered that he knew nothing about the case. And as the last parting gesture, Sergeant DeBrain took an empty brandy bottle he bought and broke it across the back of his neck. He was then thrown bruised and bleeding out of the main entrance of the police station. And he was stumbled away through the dark and deserted early morning in the street as he was released. Few months later, on Monday, 21 March, Boy, last seen dropped by the police after interrogation, made a disastrous appearance at the police station with his fellow petty criminals after a weekend of drinking spree on Sunday. At the police station, he was near the fence at the west gate where he recognized Sergeant DeBrain among other white policemen. He apparently shouted, "Exaldi Farskit," and pulled out a small caliber pistol. A scuffle ensued as his friend tried to stop him from shooting. He, however, discharged 2 bullets harmlessly in the air, thereby precipitating the police firing in response. Literature without mentioning or referring to the action of Boy states that the local detachments of white police panicked and fired into the crowd. Interestingly, after reading Frankel's book, the leading South African journalist, Patrick Lawrence, believed that the account of Boy and his action provided a convincing explanation for what had always been unexplained, why police opened fire to the protesters. My own inquiry with Dr. Mwaketsi on the death of Boy Mofokeng, we went to the police archives in Pretoria, which provided conclusive evidence that account of his action is a fallacy. He is not on the police list of the deceased people. He, however, appears on the list of the people who were admitted in the Paraguanath Hospital for gunshot and wounds. But he is there in the cemetery. His name is there in the cemetery, although his grave is not there. During the proceedings of the commission, without mentioning him by name, Lieutenant Colonel Binar in his evidence stated that Boy was the cause of the killing of Sharpeville residents. However, in his evidence during the vessel commission setting, Boy mentioned that, remember he's dead, but in the commission he mentioned that he was a 24-year male staying in Sharpeville, Vuga section, 19 Machobani Street, employed by Vereeniging Consolidated Milling at the time of the Sharpeville uprising. He arrived in Sharpeville 2 years before the massacre from top location in Vereeniging. And on that day, he came to the police station to listen to the message and address to the Sharpeville residents from high government official regarding the past laws. He also mentioned that he lost his cap during the march, and when he tried to pick it up, that is when the police fired shots. Boy Mofokeng, who participated in the demonstration and was reported dead during the shooting, only to testify months later at the Vessel Commission, which was set to investigate the shooting, as reflected in the archives of the commission. Like I said, the story is compounded by the burial site, where his name is on the list of the people who are commemorated. His story is one of those which require further investigation, just like the story of Chief Albert Luthuli. If I were to write a novel in Northern Sotho with him as the main character, the conclusion and the final sentence will be, Boy Mofokeng, isale a eya, ga o tsebe o re o ile o tloa Sharpeville a leba kae. Bao ba mmonela mafelelo ba mmone a fula dithatswa le ditšhwene dithabeng tša magaga mataba. As one archival diva indicates, public archives in South Africa are at crossroads. In such a situation, archivists are deliberating whether to take a narrow or a wide road. I didn't hear amen. And not knowing which leads to destruction or redemption. Apartheid grossly distorted the acquisition of and access to record. And archives were part of the broader system which negated the experience of Black South Africans. For example, if you go to the Western Cape Provincial Archives, on the photographs of South African soldiers who fought in the First and Second World War, white soldiers are identified by the names in the metadata. But while African soldiers are only identified as unidentified Black soldiers. When we speak about apartheid history, we often turn to legislation, courts, records, and the biographies. Yet some of the most revealing histories and histories exist elsewhere, in memory. That is my submission. In lived experience and in the observation of ordinary people who stood at the intersection of power and everyday life. Oftentimes, we don't even speak of the cultural workers. Their story told through memory and exhibition. The archives tell us what apartheid did. It is often less capable of telling us what apartheid felt like. This is where oral history becomes invaluable to function as a counter-archives, not because it replaces historical records, but because it augments them on a lived knowledge. They reveal dimension of experience that formal documentation cannot fully capture. Oral history is not simply a recording, but shapes the event. The work of deconstructing the dominant authority of building archival praxis rooted in the African realities and tradition remains to be done. The gaps of the memory of Chief Albert Luthuli can be corrected through oral history. Documenting of history is almost a challenge. And with many people consider the truth only to be recorded form, while forgetting that the other way of indirectly accessing the past is through oral history. And as I am asked to conclude, countless studies of the transition from oral narratives to recorded stories illustrate how, once recorded, the stories become static and frozen because they are faithfully copied or replicated rather than evolving with each new telling. And on the other hand, the fluidity of orality makes it a liquid communication. I'm not going to talk about liquid communication. With oral history, the advantage is that even after the story has been narrated, the storyteller still has control over his story. The griot can still share this story with others at his leisure, thereby creating many copies through non-identical, as those people can further narrate the stories, but in a slightly different way. However, even written records can result in two non-identical original records. For example, think of the two non-identical copies of the Freedom Charter by about 3,000 delegates, but was broken up by police on the second day. Although it has two copies, but the copies are not identical. But we may not know that. I wanted to also speak about the Steve Biko's autopsy. I'm not going to do that. Written record does not have the same impact as those with a first-hand experience of what happened. Hence, the court system in South Africa rely more on oral testimony than records. And I am saying oral memory will last forever because it is always green. And every time it is transmitted, it grows anew as the griot can add or remove some information. It has always worked and is assumed to be proven to have adapted, as it does not have complicated mechanics like records, particularly digital records. The human voice, with all its intonation, inflection, and emotion, can convey so much more than written page. Books teach us about the past. Oral history gives it a voice. With oral history, we can always ask why the story is told, who is telling the story, where the story is told, and when it is told. And in that, it gives the voiceless the voice. But as the old historians, oral historians says, you must be careful that even in critical emancipatory, there is elitism, where there is a result of unbalanced power. All what I'm saying is that, like a record created by NASA before the astronomers went to the moon, that record was never made public. We don't know what was written in that record because they preempted the activities, whereas a record must be after the activity has been taken place. But NASA created a record in case the astronomers don't make it. Just like even with the Chief Albert Luthuli's death, just like Giel Boy Mofokeng, we'll never know what happened to him. As people capture their own history, to quote from Winston Churchill, history will be kind to them if it is written by them. And as his nemesis would say, Adolf Hitler, in his response, he says, the victors will never be asked if they are telling the truth. One will always wonder why TRC was concluded prematurely. The work of TRC has suffered as a result of wholesale destruction of records. Numerous investigations of gross violation of human rights were severely hampered by the absence of documentation, but oral testimony could have filled the gaps. The TRC may have been wrong in some of its conclusions due to lack of documentation. Ultimately, all South Africans have suffered the consequences in that the process of reconciliation and healing through a disclosure of the past has been deliberately curtailed. Hiding our nation's past destroys our ability to know ourselves. A story is incomplete until I tell my story. You tell your story. She tells her story. He tells his story. They tell their story to make a complete story. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, a bird sings not because it has an answer, but because it has a song. Ladies and gentlemen, that was my song. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ngwebe. There is so much in what you have shared with us, but I won't hold the stage. I will instead give over to you. Before I do that, you'll see, ladies and gentlemen, that in front of you, I believe there's a QR code on your tables. We're trying to go paperless. So if you did not get the opportunity as you entered to register, please, at your own leisure, as you're sitting on your table, make sure that you scan the QR code so that we can have you registered for this event. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a moment for you to reflect, to comment, or to even ask questions to Professor Ngwebe. I'm going to open over to you, colleagues. I think there are roving mics here to assist us. There's already a question there, Sissy. Thank you. Okay. I see 2 questions. Maybe we can take 3 questions. And please note, later on, we're still going to invite our speakers back again, and we're going to have a more open engagement and discussion. So if you don't get the opportunity to ask your question or make your comment now, please don't worry. There's going to be an opportunity later. Please go ahead, Emma.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Thanks, Prof. Ngwebe, for that amazing presentation. I was hoping that you would also touch on the aspects of commemoration and how it has also helped to distort the narratives, the historical narratives. Because commemoration sometimes, you could say, over-sensationalize voices that are predominant instead of the truth. So what do you have to say about the aspects of commemoration and how it has failed to articulate the truth in respect to what happened in the past?
Thank you so much. There's another question here. Sise Ubaba there. Is there a third question or comment? Oh, yes, here, there's one. So we'll take these 3 and then give Prof the opportunity to respond.
I just want to take this opportunity, thank you, to thank Prof for the presentation he's made. And I quite appreciate the oral narratives that, I was at the museum, Luthuli Museum, and Usisi just narrated the life and story of Inkosi Luthuli. My question to you, Prof, is we've found that for over 6 decades, as you said, that there was wrong information given, and you say that that information cannot be discarded. Now, my question is, we have the new reality now. We know what actually happens. Why still keep the old record? Why still keep the old archives? I would have, I'm not archivist. I would rather discard the old and keep the new with updated information. My question is, why are you keeping the old?
Thank you. Thank you so much. What I heard is the new will be added as an addendum or an addition at the end to say, oh, oops, here's an additional information, the truth.
Prof, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, so detailed. I'm also not an archivist, but when I hear you speak, I begin to wonder if this is not archival violence. Who and what gets remembered, and who and what gets erased? Is that not violence in itself? And then, can we trust the entire archival ecosystem post 1994 South Africa based on this Luthuli's inquest and the revelations? And then, thirdly, how, like he has asked, how do we now have reparative archiving? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. They are a lot. Let me start with the one that, when you get old, you forget. Let me start with the one that has just been asked. From an archival perspective, where I'm standing out, I always say that a record, before it's created, most of the time is transmitted orally. Let me give you an example of the minutes. When we record the minutes, we start by talking and deciding. And thereafter, we are going to capture the minutes. And we are not going to capture everything that is in there, that we discussed. That's the reality. But if we were using the oral tradition, everybody will say that and other one will say that. So again, I'll just give in another example that you will be able to decide whether that is a complete story. In many organizations, just go in every organizations in South Africa. Take out the annual report. Read that annual report. It paints a very good picture. Every annual report. And that is an official record that is going to end in the archives. Then again, go and check the reality of those municipalities. Service delivery is not there. So you see there is, the report is painting something that is good in the country, but the reality is saying something. And when those records are transferred into the archives, there's no way of knowing the reality, but we rely on those records as the reality. Hence, I'm saying that, for me, we shouldn't be looking at the archives from the Western lens only. We should also looking at it from the African lens, so that the whole ecosystem is complete. Hence, we are struggling to even solve our problems. We are struggling to solve even our health issues because we're always looking from one lens. But there are other lenses. So, and my last remark about the Winston Churchill, it actually answers what you are asking. He said to Hitler that I am going to write history, and history will be kind to me. That is his words. And Hitler responded by saying, the victors will never be asked if they are telling the truth. The issue of the lion versus the hunters and the hunted. So even apartheid states, they did what they have to do to also protect themselves, because they were at that moment. Then we have to rectify that history. Unfortunately, the archival principles that are in the legislation and also rectifying, we cannot remove the older story. We just have to say that this is what they say. And then this is the reality, because you cannot erase history like that. You just say, this is what they say, and this is what is reality. Even if these archives are kept separately but within same institution, there's cross-reference that this is what they say, but this is reality. The story becomes complete because they had their story, but there's this counter story. And then the archives can also counter that other story. I think it addresses both the issue of the wrong information, the traces, because if we say that we might in future be faced with a similar situation because we removed the history that is important, even if that history is misinformation, but it was the reality that people, or it was indoctrinated into people's mind and people know. So it's something, history teaches us that we can be able to rectify it in the future. That is the importance of history. But if we remove everything just like that, in the future we are going to experience the same thing, and then what we call reinventing the wheel. Then I'm going to the aspect of commemoration. Commemoration will distort if you rely only on one single source of truth. But if you triangulate the truth and then you allow everyone, back to oral history again. With oral history, I'm just going to give you a perfect example of paying lobola. You know, when we pay lobola in African tradition, you will never go alone. Why? Because you need witnesses. And as you need witness, you need your uncle and your maternal uncle and your paternal aunt. And then there is a messenger in between who is going to be the interlocutor. You've got the aunt and the uncle and then the interlocutor. So those people already, they authenticate the record in an African tradition. But if you go alone, you are going to eat the money and say that, no, they gave me this much. And then when you come to convey the message and you say, no, they took this much. So that principle is also adopted by the blockchain technology. Blockchain technology, it has a chain in every transaction that is made. It adopted a traditional way of archiving into the technology so that you leave a trail in the blockchain so that you authenticate that record. Let me pause there.
Let's thank Professor Ngwebe as he goes back to his seat. Thank you so much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, when you entered this morning, you would have seen that we have an exhibition there at the back, printed, but we also have electronic as well. And it's there for your enjoyment, but it's also important so that you understand what the exhibition is about and the background of the exhibition that is being launched. And to assist us with that for a few minutes, I'm going to ask Ms. Loyiso Xulu, who is the curator at the Luthuli Museum, to come and speak briefly about the exhibition and to invite you during our comfort break and also later on during lunch. Let's please welcome Ms. Xulu.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Prof. Khalo, and a very good morning to all our guests, our host, Professor Inkosi, Luthuli family, chairperson of the museum, and our panelists. I greet you all. It is indeed a privilege for me to be standing here today as we all reflect on the 2025 judgment that was passed for the inquest of Chief Albert Luthuli's death. We are not only reminded today of the persistence and the resilience of those who believed in justice, but we are also here today to reflect and discuss on the legal decisions and how those impact us going forward. However significant they are, they do not only mark the end of a journey, rather they often mark the beginning of a new phase and the work that needs to be carried out after that. The 2025 judgment has opened important possibilities for truth-telling, accountability, and historical redress. But it has also presented us with an enormous responsibility to revisit, reassess, reconstruct, even fill in histories and narratives that have too often been fragmented, overlooked, or deliberately obscured. I'm particularly interested in the oral history tradition that has been discussed earlier on. So how do we do this? As a starting point for institutions such as the Luthuli Museum, exhibitions become one of our languages in how we speak. Hence the exhibition at the back here today. The exhibition that we have titled The Journey to Uncover the Truth, I believe is somehow self-explanatory. But in it being self-explanatory, it has a lot that still needs to be unpacked. So how do we put together a message or a story of over 60 years that has been obscured? What becomes immediately clear when engaging with such a body of work is the sheer scale of material that exists around the history and legacy of Chief Albert Luthuli. The court records, the testimonies, the archival documents, photographs, newspapers, personal accounts, family memories, and community narratives all play an integral part in how we retell the story. These are often preserved in collections and archives, and the stories are carried quietly across generations. The challenge before us then is no longer the absence of evidence, but the challenge is how we carefully stitch together the vast body of knowledge into a coherent or maybe even a meaningful narrative that allows us to see the fuller picture. The task demands patience, collaboration, and it requires archivists, historians, researchers, community members, educators, and institutions to work together in a way that transcends disciplinary boundaries. It requires an approach it requires us to approach the historical record with humility, understanding, and the fragment that contributes to the larger truth. So in this regard, platforms such as this colloquium, conferences, publications, and even the exhibition that we have form a pivotal role in us creating this. So if we are being honest with ourselves, these are only mechanisms or mechanisms that we are only using to tell the story in a very young. Sorry. These are if we are being honest with ourselves, these platforms represent only the tip of the iceberg in what we need, in the work that we still need to carry out. So with those few words, as Prof has already invited everyone to, during your lunch break, to please engage with the exhibition as we have tried to tell 60 years of a history into a few panels for your enjoyment and also for your education. The exhibition will be a traveling exhibition that will travel amongst various institutions within the country. And it's also geared to reach out to school learners that have the history and that have subjects such as history within their school curriculum. So with those few words, I'd also just like, if you'll allow me, Program Director, because we have also prepared a little video clip that puts together some of the work and the efforts that the museum and the National Prosecuting Authority have gone through in order to reach such a judgment and for us to have such a record today. This also will enhance the exhibition in terms of having young learners or young people in the community who also don't even know what a courtroom looks like, for them to be exposed to such processes and how it's dealt with when we talk about court proceedings and rulings that are made in the courts. So with that, Chair, if you'd please allow me to play just a 6-minute clip for our guests today. Yes.
To lead.
Yes, I need to make a ruling in terms of Section 17, capital letter A, which is as follows, that the inquest into the death of Chief Albert Luthuli, held on the 19th of September 1967, is hereby reopened, and the prosecution is allowed to lead further evidence. So for the record, Advocate Siyabonga Ngobo is now going to lead the evidence of the first witness that is lined up for today. Yes, call the first witness to the stand.
I call Hodi Samang. Hodi Samang Frank Hamanya.
Ungungulu kanja, shokwenka nyamba, ebuyelo tishia wabula wayo kwamsigas. Ulitigo kwesumtulo, inkokheli yasemakolweni, umholi kwesenkolo nesumbusas. Waye doda.
The spirit of Luthuli speaks all. Let the legacy of Luthuli move on.
Happily, I am but one among millions who have dedicated their lives to the service of mankind, who have given in time, property, and life to ensure that all men shall live in peace. May the day come soon when the people of the world will rouse themselves and together effectively stamp out any threat to peace in whatever quarter the world it may be found.
including expert evidence, which was very valuable to this court. And I must say that the evidence presented by experts before this court corroborates what Mbemo Nyando saw. He's not here to testify, but what he relayed to the Nyando family is corroborated by all the experts that testified before this court. I therefore give the following order. 1, point A, the finding and the ruling of the magistrate, Mr. C.I. Boswell, dated 19 September 1967, at the Stenger Magistrates Court under inquest number 76 of 1967, is set aside.
Thank you very much. I saw a lot of people bobbing their heads while the music was playing. Uh, the soundtrack was made by a group of youth that a group of youth that the museum had in one of their museum programs as part of a way of also including youth activities at the museum and also just reaching them at a pace and at a level where the youth is today. So thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, after being transported back to October 2025 when the ruling was made, I would now like to invite someone who was in that courtroom, Dr. Sbusi Sonzele, who is a forensic pathologist, a highly regarded forensic pathologist and medical legal consultant. He is recognized for his leadership, academic contributions, and international expertise in forensic medicine. In private practice, he leads the forensic medical legal consultancy, offering impartial expert opinions, case reviews, and medical legal guidance to courts, law enforcement agencies, institutions, and families. I'm not going to read all of this because I see my colleagues have also assisted me, so you can have a look at his bio on the screen there. But I just want to say that Dr. Nzele is the forensic pathologist who unraveled the mystery in relation to the 1967 death of Inkosi Albert Luthuli. The professional clarity of evidence he tendered was praised by the judge in Pietermaritzburg High Court. His philosophy emphasizes accuracy, impartiality, compassion, ensuring that his work serves both the demands of justice and the sensitivities of grieving families. Ladies and gentlemen, we spoke earlier about medical ethics and about the role of our medical practitioners, and we are honored today to have Dr. Nzele to come and share his reflections of having been part of this very important moment in our history as a nation. Please let's welcome Dr. Nzele.
Thank you, Program Director. I recognize the presence of our Executive Dean, Professor Inkosi, the Luthuli family, the chairperson of the Luthuli Museum, the National Prosecuting Team under the leadership of Advocate Dunywa, and everyone who's present here for this colloquium. I note also the presence of Mr. Peggy Hatebe, who's amongst us here, is my high school teacher. He is our Professor Tuqedu Pagam. He is from Newcastle, just like I am. There's a strong connection which I got in the course of working in this case of Inkosi Albert Luthuli, that in 1917, Inkosi Luthuli's first work or first job as a trainee teacher was in Blowbotch Methodist School, which is located in Newcastle. That's where his first job was, where also Mr. Hadebe was teaching, and where also I grew up. So I often say the case of Luthuli chose me. I was relating a story to many other people that I took interest in Albert Luthuli for many years before I then got involved into this case. At the time when it did, I already knew a lot, read a lot about the man, and also attended several annual lectures which are offered by the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So when it came onto my table, I knew how big a task was that I was becoming part of. So let's start by way of a brief introduction into what I'm going to talk about. I'm a forensic pathologist by qualification, so I'm just going to go through a bit about what forensic pathology, what forensic medicine entails. In the main, it's the branch of medicine that intimately deals with law, and so it puts the two together, medicine and the law. And there are various branches of forensic medicine. It's forensic pathology, where mainly we deal with the death, and that's the branch which I'm at, and then clinical forensic medicine, which deals with the living, sexual assault, wound, dating, estimation, and interpretation of injuries. In the field which I'm at, mainly people, or what is out there is that the pathologist has to determine the cause of death. Yes, indeed, that is true. And it's important to note that it goes far beyond that. There are many other objectives which are a component of that. We will be aware that in some instances, a person might have been shot on the head or has been involved in a motor vehicle collision. So everyone could see what would have killed that individual. And yet, under the Inquest Act, a medical legal postmortem examination will still have to be done. So that illustrates that it goes beyond determining the cause of death. Amongst other objectives would be the identity of the deceased. Believe you me, there are instances where the identity of the deceased has been incorrect. So, and the remains of the deceased will then be given into a wrong family. And somewhere down the line, it would be found that things did not go well. In some instances, the fault will be within the forensic pathology services. And in many instances, at least where I have experience, the family members would have incorrectly identified their loved one. Because at the phase of identification, the family is at a phase of an acute loss. They are grieving. Their attention and focus is quite limited. And if there is a slight similarity between who they know and the person at whom they are looking at, it has happened. And at times it would be found even after the burial had occurred. Or it would be found when the family in their homestead gets to look at the body, of the deceased. So forensic pathology services before 2006 was under the auspices of South African Police Service until 2006, where the service was then moved to be within the Department of Health. And in many other jurisdictions, particularly in the African continent, this service, forensic pathology services, is under the wing of South African Police. Now, that places a whole host of difficulties because whatever would have occurred when the person is alive, particularly where law enforcement agencies would have or are thought to have done something that is improper, then there has been, and in certain instances continues to be, collusion with the medical practitioners and personnel who work within the forensic pathology services. So that presents an unfortunate state. So even as we are now under the Department of Health, but still also there are various challenges in other jurisdictions where the independence of the forensic practitioners is not recognized or is not given the autonomy that ought to be given to them. There is various legislative framework. The main one is the Inquest Act, which says anyone who dies as a consequence of an unnatural event or where the doctors who are certifying the death cannot objectively and with certainty say the person has died of natural causes, such that has to be subjected to a medical legal investigation, which will be in the form of a post-mortem examination. And the Inquest Act does not provide for the next of kin or the family to agree or refuse for the post-mortem to be conducted. So consent from the family or the next of kin is not a prerequisite. Once that determination is made that it's a suspicious death, or indeed it's a death that's a consequence of unnatural causes, for cultural reasons, social reasons, religious reasons, no objection can be made according to the law of the land. The Births and Deaths Registration Act is very important because that's where practitioners, the doctors, will make a determination if they are of the view that the individual would have died exclusively because of natural causes, then they sign that death as a natural one. But if they don't, then police have to be invited into that process where an inquest docket will be opened and the cascade of events will then follow from that. I'll touch a bit on politics and race-based medical atrocities that have occurred. The fundamental practice of medicine has been to promote, the fundamental practice of medicine has been used to promote political and race-based practices which may be detrimental to health. And that is by, at times, using health services to reward or punish political supporters or opponents. One of the well-known within the medical field atrocities was the Tuskegee syphilis study, which occurred in the United States in the Alabama County around the Second World War, where the research persons within the auspices of the public health department there, the practitioners, they took poor African American male would infect them with syphilis or those who were infected with syphilis. So that study began in 1932, went on until 1972. So it spent for 40 years. Around 1940, penicillin was discovered, and at that time it was shown that penicillin was an appropriate and effective antibiotic to treat syphilis. So this study started 8 years before the discovery of the effectivity of penicillin. When it was now known, because they wanted to observe the evolution of the disease process of syphilis, these persons, about 400 of them, male, only male, they were not given penicillin, although it was known that it was an effective treatment, because the researchers or practitioners wanted to observe the natural evolution of the disease. Many of the people who were involved in that as study participants died. So that illustrates how race-based medical practice has shortchanged some communities. And unfortunately, hundreds of men died. Many wives were infected with syphilis, and many children were born with congenital syphilis. So we can see the scale at which just this research, which was unethically conducted, which then did not provide proper treatment even when it had been shown that it's an effective treatment. Beyond that, it continued, and they never received. And it did not end with them, because those who were close to them were similarly affected. And what was even worse, within this study group, when penicillin was then known, they were refused to seek medical attention elsewhere, and there was a registry, particularly the places which offered treatment. These names appeared there, so they knew they would not treat them if they go to such institutions for treatment. One of the well-recorded atrocities as well from the medical perspective is the Nazi German experiments, where during the Second World War, a whole host of experiments which were conducted. At times they would drown an individual to see how much are they going to survive, or how long does it take for them to die when submerged under cold water. Some would be infected with various chemicals and see how they respond towards that. And as all these research activities were conducted, these persons were never given any assistance. And quite a sizable portion of what came out of the Nazi German experiments was found to be quite useful in medical practice. And the key ethical question arose, because some of those experiments can never be done. It's virtually impossible for them to be conducted. And yet the outcome of those experiments are quite telling, quite resourceful for current medical practice. So the ethicist had to ponder and deal with the question of, do they use, or should the medical practitioners use the information and knowledge which has been obtained from such atrocious activities. So there is an ongoing debate around that. Some are for that it should be used, although recognizing the evil deeds that had occurred at the time. And there are those who would say, no, that's the fruit of a poison tree, therefore you cannot use it. So that's an ongoing debate. Now that's how medical ethics were strengthened, particularly the principles of biomedical ethics, which talk about autonomy, which seeks to give the participant or the patient the right to make decisions about their life, having been given sufficient information for them to be able to make an informed and a sound decision on how the prospects of treatment should be taken. There's beneficence, where one is expected to do good, non-maleficence, no bad intentions or activities should occur. So the practitioners have to proactively avoid doing things which would be harmful to patients. Now, these principles within what we call the dead community, the deceased, because once the person has passed on, they cease to be a legal entity, so they've got no rights. From the ethical perspective, such principles are then transferred to the next of kin. That autonomy, the decisions the person who passed on would have made had they been alive, that responsibility is then passed on to the next of kin, who will be making decisions on behalf of the departed. And these ethical principles, they demand objectivity and impartiality, maintaining absolute scientific independence from law enforcement agencies who may attempt to put pressure on how the medical practitioners conduct their activities at work and give them predetermined outcomes, which may be at variance with whatever would have been observed during the course of medical examination. Dual loyalty continues to be a challenge amongst other practitioners, where those who are in positions would tend to ignore the independence that the medical practitioners have to display in the course of their work. They may want to obtain a report which they should not be getting, so that they can prepare whatever case. Perhaps there is particularly, you may find that in state institutions, particularly hospitals, maybe there is a litigation that's going on. Because this report is compiled within the Department of Health, some think then it's their property, therefore they should have unfettered access to such. Then it becomes the responsibility of us as practitioners to educate those who do not know and remind those who pretend not to know that they do not have the right to obtain such documents, and guide them properly if they insist where such documents can be obtained. I've just been alerted that I need to wrap up. So fortunately, I'm just gonna take about 5 minutes or less as we highlighted some of the cases that we have experienced here in South Africa and what has got us to this colloquium and many other activities that occur. The reopening of Inkosi Albert Luthuli inquest was a pivotal moment in our history. It's also important to acknowledge that such moment was preceded by the very first apartheid era related death where the inquest was reopened, where the phrase, which was quite used commonly, particularly by the security forces, the special branch which was involved there, that Indians cannot fly. That's the story of Ahmed Timol, because it was said that he had jumped off from, I can't remember the floor, the building, and so he couldn't fly. That's why his death had come about. The Timol Kaji family, they insisted over many years for this inquest to be reopened, and it's the first when it was opened and concluded around 2017, where the ruling was found. Two doctors who were part of this process, Professor Steve Naidu and Dr. Shakira Holland, they had found that Timol, he had injuries which were compatible with a fall from the height. Looking at the document and historical records, it was also evident that he had a lot of injuries which he had sustained during life, which would not have been sustained as a consequence of a fall. So both doctors had agreed, working separately, that indeed he had a lot of injuries which were compatible with an assault. And that's how this case was then, the ruling was found that Ahmed Timol was killed by the forces at the time. The case of Steve Biko is also related to that. Now, as much as there are medical practitioners who had colluded quite a lot with the security forces, there is a name that has not come, and it's a pathologist who had shown to be on the correct side of history in the Timol case, in the Biko case, and many other cases of persons who have not made headlines. And that pathologist is Dr. Gluckman, who had participated, usually represented families, and when he carried that task, in most instances, he would find a version that is in contrast with what the authorities or the state doctors would be pronouncing on. And when such information or records had been looked at objectively, his findings have always been authorized through peer review. So I think as much as we talk about those who did not play ball correctly, his name has not been mentioned quite sufficiently, and yet he played a very critical role. He needs to be acknowledged. Inkosi Luthuli, the story, yes, was hit by the goods train. When we then look at the records under the leadership of the National Prosecuting Team, Advocate Dunyo, from the pathology perspective, there were injuries which were noted. They were not quite in keeping with that of a goods train. The body was relatively in a good state. With the goods train, you'd expect the body to be mangled, to be crushed, it was not in this instance. One of the key determinants, which is quite basic, and we tend to overlook it within my profession, because it's one of the basics, but usually you go through it as you tick the box. When we looked at the postmortem report, amongst the many injuries that we observed, Inkosi Luthuli had injuries on the back of his hands, so the dorsal aspect. And he had a fracture somewhere here on the left ulnar, there is a bone here. That injury alone suggested to us that he was being assaulted and trying to protect his face. That's how such injuries were then found. And through the evidence, it was clear that the 3 doctors who were part just before his demise and the one who did the postmortem examination, Dr. Gregerson, Van Zyl, and Mr. Yube, the neurosurgeon, they did not conduct themselves at a level that was expected of their expertise. More to say that Inkosi Luthuli was kept at Stenga Hospital, which was not resourced at all for specialized care, particularly for neurosurgery patients. Now, Stenga is about 45 minutes, at most you'll say 1 hour from Durban, depending on traffic. They kept him there for about 3 hours. A neurosurgeon had to leave Durban to go to Stenga Hospital. Now, it's as good as a mechanic who goes to fix a car, but they have not carried their tools. Because even when he got there, Stenga Hospital was not equipped. Now, common sense dictates that Inkosi Luthuli should have been sent to Durban, where the neurosurgeon was, where the resources for treatment of persons in his state would have been optimally used. We realize in this instance that was not the case. It can only lead us, amongst other options, to say this was a deliberate intent. It was a coordinated effort for such outcome which was envisaged. As I conclude, so the TRC and modern forensic pathologist, the TRC had made rulings, and the forensic pathologists around that time in the 1990s, early 2000s, they highlighted that some of these deaths displayed profound breach of internal code of medical ethics. The doctors, rather than acting in the interest of the patient or the deceased, they involved themselves and become complicit with what is at odds with the Hippocratic oath that doctors take. And within that Hippocratic oath is do no harm and to do good. And clearly, some of these practitioners did not align themselves with such principles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nzele. Very hard things to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bit of time for some comments, reflections, any questions that you might have. Again, I'll only be able to take 3 at this time. Yeah, I'm not sure if all of you, like me, are a bit overwhelmed. But Mr. Xaba, yes, we have a first one there. Is there another hand? Okay, let's go with you, Mr. Xaba, and we'll see.
Thank you, Program Director. I just wanted to ask you, Dr. Nzele, because he made some statements and some questions which anyway, he speaks about dual loyalty and also the autonomy of pathologists being challenged and all of that. Now, I can understand that before 1994, I mean, are we post 94? Is it still the same situation in South Africa? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, no more questions. So over to you. Where? Oh, okay, sorry, these pillars. I'm sorry I can't see you. Thank you, Reverend Heidi. Yes, thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'd just like to ask Professor Ntsele, what measures have been implemented to address the issues of incorrect identification and misallocation of bodies? And what steps are being taken to improve the process and to prevent these cases in the near future? Because as we can see with this case in general, it has caused a havoc of, because now families have to deal with reburying and that whole process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, over to you, Dr. Ntsele.
Thank you. With the first question, I cannot say with certainty that such practices do not occur anymore. At least in my experience and the areas of practice, the practitioners I work with, such is not happening. The HPCSA has provided the Health Professions Council of South Africa. There are ethical guidelines, there are rules which guide conduct of doctors. It then, at the end of the day, boils down to how practitioners conduct themselves within their professional spaces. In instances where people are found to have flouted that which is expected, then consequences have been taken against such practitioners. Some of the cases will go unnoticed, will not hear about them. And at times, if or when you do, it would be many years down the line. So I can say if such conduct continues to occur, it's certainly extremely minimal compared to what it had been. Doctors are conscientized. They are conducting themselves in a manner that which is expected. Suffice to say, as we would know, in every sector, human beings are not homogeneous. The second question, there are measures which are in place. Because remember, when the person is in the morgue, in most instances, none of the persons in the morgue know that individual. So when the family comes, identify, they provide the necessary documentation that is required of them. The family member is the one who makes the error. So those in the morgue, they cannot cross-check or dispute that. In some instances, it occurred because a family will send an uncle or an aunt, perhaps is the patriarch or the matriarch in that family, but they have not seen the deceased for many years. So when they go to the morgue, the image of the deceased that they have is no longer that will appear. So amongst other things, when they come to do the identification, the families are advised that it must be a person who lived, or at least who would have seen the deceased recently. So that's one way which assists to do that. And every process of identification and who identified, it's documented. In order to avoid such, as part of answering this question, I'll also touch to indicate that at times, it's not a misidentification, but there's a lot of fraudulent activities that occur. Where if there is a body that is in the morgue has not been identified for a specific duration, let me say for about 3 months, there are allegations that in the morgue, because the staff will know that there is a body that's going to be buried as a pauper. So there are syndicates where now people will get inside information. This person is dressed like this, they've got a tattoo here, they've got this here. So when the syndicate comes to identify, they'll be saying, we're looking for this and that person. They've got a fraudulent ID document. And when they describe, the staff go and look, it will fit the description that they've been given. And then that identification will proceed like that. About 2 years ago in Pietermaritzburg, such occurred where the syndicate later found to be the syndicate, but well, not later found, it's still being investigated by police. However, what occurred at the time clearly showed that it was a fraudulent activity. So they had identified, when the body is not known, you come with police to identify. So they came with the investigating officer, everything was done properly. As they were just about to leave, they were waiting for paperwork. Another family came, they were looking for this person, and coincidentally, it's the person who had just been identified. So the staff member then called the police, the investigating officer, because they were still in the facility. When the first family realized that the police is being called because there seemed to be a family that has come to identify, these ones left the facility without the police knowing. And it turned out that was a fraudulent identification. The real family is the family that came afterwards. So one of the measures is people have to come with police, and also the body does not get released from the morgue without express permission, written permission from the investigating officer, that they have satisfied themselves that indeed the person who claims that the deceased is theirs, then such should be released. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nzele. What does one even say to that? The society that we have become, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, Dr. Nzele, you'll be happy to know that we actually have abantu base Newcastle, Blaubosch, who are actually with us and watching live, Ubab Gambu, base Amajuba district in the Department of Education. We work closely with them as the chair in the Luthuli Museum. So they are actually here at the event with us remotely. So it's so good that all these connections and the histories, all come together. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have one more item before we break for a brief comfort break. I'm going to ask Ms. Lesego Linda Plank, who is a researcher at the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair, to come and offer us some creative input. Let's give her a round of applause.
Molweni, dumelang. Molweni. I know it's a heavy day and a heavy conversation. I stand on the protocol that has been observed. As indicated by Professor Khalo, my name is Lesakhalinda Plank. I am going to be offering my rendition. Those who know me or have seen me perform or render, I always make this disclaimer, two disclaimers. One, I don't perform poetry as a form of entertainment. I don't perform poetry as a form of entertainment. However, it is a methodological, theoretical output or a work of the art. And two, I said this the other time when I was singing one of the hymns Xaba Luthuli that he liked, that ngiyibhimbi, but I love singing. And in my next life, I wish I could do that. And please do forgive me if I butcher you with my voice, but I will also need your assistance to help me, especially in invoking the spirit of Ubaba Luthuli. Tina sizwe, Tina sizwe, sikhalela. Izwe elathathwa ngaba maboyeka bambulele. They killed him. They killed him. They killed Inkosi uLuthuli baqamba amanga mebaceda bakhohlisana bodwa. Kodwa ngoba iqala aliboli iqiniso liphumile. Bambulele. In the inquest of 59 years ago, they ruled that Inkosi Luthuli was walking on a railway line when he was struck by a train and died after fracturing his skull. Bambulele. They forgot to mention that part. They tortured him, they called him names, kicking his body. They fractured his skull, laughing at how tired he was, how they had premeditated his demise. They laughed at him and lied and blamed it on the train, istimela. An accident, they said, suggesting suicide, hypothetically. Trying to paint a picture, ukuthi hayi iphutha. No, bekungasi iphutha, bambulele. They killed an innocent family man, indodana yakwaLuthuli, uMadlanduna oLuthuli wezinkomo. A husband to uMabhengu, intombi ezalwa ngongcolosi oDlabazane. He was a father to uSulenkosi, uNomathuli, uThandeka, uSimangele, uThembekile, uMadunjini and uSibusiso. He was umkhulu, uMalomo, ubaba omncane, ubaba omkhulu, uSibali to Ongwane. He was Inkosi, umfundisi, uthisha, umholi, owayehola abantu, kodwa that did not change. Bambulala, bambulele. They killed him, they murdered him, for white supremacy to prevail and to be the order of our lives, and they had the audacity to say the train killed him. Choo-choo, istimela, esihamba ngamalahle. How many of the Luthulis are there? Cases that when called like their bodies, distorted reasoning, distorted evidence. Some of the witnesses were made to hide, or some were permanently silenced, assassinated, with no evidence to show how they died or if they are dead. Oh, may their blood arise. May their souls not rest until the truth has been revealed. Malingathuli igazi labo. May their blood spill the truth, so that the injustices of some of the commissions that were instructed to bring truth and reconciliation can be seen in broad daylight. That ezinye izinkundla ama-commission bekukudlulisa njena. Kodwa amakhehla namakhehlakazi abadluli nje bona. They are not fleeting, abakhohlwa futhi. They pass on to a world where they fight for justice, for love, for the truth, no matter how long it may take and how hard it may be. They arise judges like uNompumelelo uRadebe uMthimkhulu uBhungane, to arise and be brave, to listen and to rule over cases that were caused by perpetrators, land stealers, who called those murders as amaphutha, an accident, while it was murder. Inkosi Luthuli died so many times, even when he was alive, until his final death. When he was detained to be tamed because of his quest for peace, for the liberation of Abantu Abansundu. Kodwa he got banned, arrested in his house for wanting what is right, stripped of his accolades, of his leadership positions, and branded as a disruptive man. Bathatha okuningi kuthina, nathi sathula ngoba bathe sithule. Even to this day, our pseudo democracy siyafa siyalamba sinamacala asinawo umhlaba sibulalana sodwa. Because of the effects of colonialism and apartheid in the current state we are in. The innocent blood that was shed on the African soil, bearing the cross of the liberation, the cross of abantu abansundu without accountability. Bambulele, Inkosi umvumbi. And wanted to blame isitimela esihamba ngamalahle. Imagine umbiko ofike emndenini wakaLuthuli that he's no more. Imagine how they all shook their heads and disagreed that he died by accident. Imagine how uMabengu felt having to sit ematrasini azi that her husband had been murdered, but she had to accept that it was an accident. Kanjani? Imagine uMabengu telling her children's children, that umyeni wakhe died by accident ngenxa yesitimela. I ask, what is accidental with this death? When apartheid judges, perpetrators of violence, when apartheid police, when the train driver, when apartheid doctors, apartheid pathologists colluded and concluded to hide the truth. Imagine Msamo, the candlelight being lit, but the truth is not told. Imagine how he, Ubaba Luthuli, Inkosi umvumbi, felt when he entered the gates Lamatongo, and the apartheid government lied about his death. Imagine the soothing of his soul that needed to be done by ukhokho nokhokokazi, bemthulisa bempholisa amanxeba, bamhogelisa impepho, ukuthi abe yivumba elimnandi umvumbi. Saying to him, kunelanga iqiniso liza kuphuma. Nakya, lifikile lelo langa. The truth has been revealed. A truth we knew, a truth we longed for, a truth they knew, a truth we accept, and a truth we pray for others to be revealed. Pambulele. Bababulele, bababulele, they killed him, they killed them. Maliphume iqiniso, iqiniso maliphume. Thina sizwe, sikhalela, izwe, elathathwa, elathathwa gaba, awumabawuyeke, mabawuyeke, awumabawuyeke. Inkosi.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 20 to 12. I'm going to ask that we take a body break for 10 minutes. There is still tea and coffee and some refreshments. You can take and come back to your table, get to know people on your table. If you need to use the restroom, you just walk out of the venue all the way to the end of the corridor and to your right. The restrooms are there. We shall reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. don't want the speakers. Ugh. Okay. To the 21st July 1967 death of Ubaba Albert Luthuli. And the NPA team legal team, or the NPA legal team, forms part of the TRC unit as well. And this is very important, ladies and gentlemen, because even with the previous speakers, the TRC has been mentioned quite a number of times. So you will get to hear that it's actually an ongoing process. The TRC processes have not ended or have been concluded. And so the NPA team that has been working on Ubaba Luthuli's inquest case are also working on the TRC. So when we're thinking about truth and justice, all of these are interconnected. So we have they are located within the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in KwaZulu-Natal, led by Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Ncedile Dunywa, Advocates Anna Chweni, Xolani Msimango, and Siyabonga Ngcobo, who are all senior state advocates in the TRC unit. The unit has extensive experience in the prosecution of criminal matters, and they focus on the investigation and prosecution of apartheid-era crimes, including the use of inquests to advance accountability and the rule of law. And to represent the team this morning, we have OME Advocate Anna Chweni, who is going to come and offer remarks, after which I will invite the whole team so that in our engagement we can engage with the whole team. Let's please welcome Anna Chweni.
I hope I'm audible. Program Director, Professor Puleng Sekgalo, the Luthuli Museum Chair, Director and the team, Executive Dean, College of Human Sciences, UNISA, Professor Zetu Inkosi, members of academia, the Luthuli family, members of the judiciary, representatives of the National Prosecuting Authority, Ms. Bulelwa Makeke, and the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions in KwaZulu-Natal, Advocate Ncedile Dunywa, representatives of the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation, colleagues from the South African Police Service, members of the legal and medical professions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed, good morning. Oh no, good afternoon, sorry. No single discipline can answer the unresolved questions of our past. It is only through the combined efforts of investigators, prosecutors, forensic scientists, medical practitioners, historians, archivists, researchers, reconstruction specialists, and an independent judiciary that historical truth can be established and subjected to judicial scrutiny. We are honored to have a platform such as this to share our view on the role of law, our courts, and the production of justice in the context of the reopened inquest into the death of Chief Albert John Mvumbi Luthuli. Now, in addressing you, I will cover 4 topics, but briefly. Topics under the law, topics under the processes by which the courts visit and the revisiting of historical untruths. The other topic will be the production of justice. And the last topic will be the challenges in investigating apartheid-era crimes and possible solutions. I'll start with the topic under the law. The reopened inquest into the death of Chief Albert John Mvumbi Luthuli contributed significantly to a paradigm shift in the South African understanding of justice, particularly regarding accountability for apartheid-era crimes. Its importance extends far beyond the factual determination of how Chief Luthuli died. The Luthuli inquest has demonstrated that the attainment of truth and justice is not time-bound. No matter the time passed, the state's obligation to establish the truth in pursuit of possible accountability remains salient even after decades of waiting. Our legal framework caters for the possibility to achieve closure, not only by civil suit or criminal prosecution, but also through the attainment of truth via formal inquest proceedings before our courts. Whilst the Tambo reopened inquest was the first to be reopened in terms of the provisions of Section 17A of the Inquest Act 58 of 1959, the Luthuli inquest is the oldest to be so reopened, in that the family and next of kin waited for over 50 years for justice. The processes by the courts and revisiting of historical untruths. The reopened inquest of Chief Luthuli highlighted that in some contexts, historical documents may contain inaccurate or deficient information. The evidence of experts from various fields contributed to not only overturning an incorrect finding by the inquest court in 1967, but also contributed to correcting history and archived material for future generations. It was further discovered that the magistrate who had been earmarked to preside over the initial 1967 inquest had seemingly anticipated and communicated the outcome before the hearing occurred. This, of course, was a grave injustice. Section 17A of the Inquest Act provides a mechanism for the courts to re-evaluate and ultimately invalidate such historical inaccuracies. The newfound vigor and dedication by the National Prosecuting Authority of South Africa in establishing dedicated units across the country, consisting of senior state advocates to direct in-depth investigations in achieving justice for victims and next of kin who otherwise had lost all hope, is commendable. The successful reopening of the inquest into the death of Chief Albert John Mbumbi Luthuli was a result of a multidisciplinary approach by various stakeholders. The Luthuli inquest followed in the steps of the Ahmed Tambo inquest. Through the reopened inquest, new evidence was presented before the judiciary, who independently evaluated such evidence and determined the truth in accordance with the law. The reopened inquest into the death of Chief Luthuli demonstrated a collaborative endeavor involving the work of investigators, prosecutors, historians, archivists, forensic experts, and medical practitioners. Production of justice. It has been demonstrated by the sheer number of reopened inquests, prosecutions, and investigations that contemporary legal processes have a significant role to play in the construction of collective memory and institutional legitimacy. When we investigate apartheid-era crimes, we do not seek to relive the painful chapters of our history. Rather, we affirm a fundamental constitutional principle that the pursuit of truth and justice does not diminish with the passage of time. As the Sepedi saying reminds us, "Molato ga o bole," a case does not become stale. Prior to 1994, institutions of law enforcement and courts were seen as producers of injustice and perpetuators of segregation. This view has since changed with the introduction of our democratic dispensation, in that the courts are bound to deliver justice in accordance with the prescripts of the Constitution. The measures taken by the National Prosecuting Authority in requesting the Minister of Justice to reopen the inquest into the death of Chief Luthuli and numerous other victims has revived the institutional legitimacy of our courts and other stakeholders who strive for justice. As prosecutors working together with investigators, our responsibility is to present admissible evidence, most of which is obtained from multiple stakeholders, which is capable of withstanding judicial scrutiny. Our judiciary is constitutionally enjoined to evaluate the evidence independently, to interpret applicable legislation impartially, to develop the law where appropriate, to determine where the truth lies, and to deliver independent, reasoned judgments without fear, favor, or prejudice. Challenges in investigating apartheid-era crimes and possible solutions. These investigations present unique challenges. They require reconstruction of events and scenes in situations where evidence has disappeared. Memories have faded, and key witnesses are no longer available. Yet the continued pursuit of accountability reflects the strength of our constitutional democracy and the enduring commitment of our justice system. In the Chief Luthuli reopened inquest, the High Court reconsidered documentary records, witness testimony, medical evidence, and expert analysis, and ultimately rejected the long-standing conclusion that Chief Luthuli died in a train accident. The reopened inquest showed the need for collaboration between government and private sector institutions. The role of universities as reservoirs with research and archival capabilities cannot be overemphasized. For apartheid-era crimes, many essential documentary evidence, such as post-mortem reports, are missing. Such reports could possibly be located within the archives of universities or of health institutions, and these documents are essential pieces of evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I submit that the passage of time may obscure the truth, but it cannot extinguish the pursuit of justice. Yet these are not ordinary circumstances, and ordinary measures will not suffice. If we are to confront the legacy of apartheid-era crimes meaningfully, we must act proactively and in partnership, pooling our collective expertise, resources, and resolve to secure justice for victims and their families. In doing so, we honor not only their suffering and sacrifice, but also give practical effect to the constitutional values of accountability, dignity, equality, and the rule of law upon which our democracy is founded. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Trainee, for raising so many, I think, pertinent issues. I think one of the things that stood out for me is the importance of working across different sectors, the private sector, the universities. So when courts require documents, require evidence, what are we doing as universities? I'm looking in your direction, Professor Mwede, because I know as part of your portfolio also you oversee the library and our information system, our library and information systems, to say how are we engaging with the idea of the archives, knowledge production, and what are we producing the knowledge that we are producing for? How is it being used? How is it helpful? How is our history department doing the work that they're doing, and how can we draw from those? So I think the many different disciplines have got a critical role to play, just as we also have the Faculty of Law and us working together, so that there should not be these gaps that lead us to having some cases not being able to be resolved, because there's no evidence, there are no documents. So I think we carry that responsibility as well. And now I would like to please invite the rest of the team to come and join us here in front, so that as we engage and ask questions and comments, that they can also offer their inputs and maybe respond to your questions as well. Where's the team? And as they're making their way to the front, I'm also looking around then for comments that you might have, colleagues, the inputs. I did say at the beginning, in the morning when I started, that this is not about only about the presentations that are going to be made, but we're also thinking about our collective inputs as well. What are our thoughts? What are our reflections as we reflect on the Luthuli inquest? and the contributions that we can make and how we see this work being taken forward as well in our respective spaces where we are, but also even outside, and possibilities for collaboration, because the idea and the hope is that this will be an ongoing conversation. Thank you so much. We have the first input.
Thank you so much for your contribution, and to everybody for your contributions. It's been an extraordinarily profound morning. Thank you. I think my question is, you've had to work with available existing black letter law. What would you, and given that you've worked with such a large multidisciplinary team, if you had the opportunity to redraft some of our legislation that would facilitate your work, what would your recommendations be?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another comment?
Oh, thanks also, Chair. But my question, I think, is a broader one for the people in the House. Man, I wanted to understand what was happening in South Africa during that time. Like, for instance, the state of emergency or the defiance campaign, other than that could maybe have led to the calamities or something. Thanks.
Any other questions, colleagues, comments? Yes, Dr. Rollins.
Thank you for that presentation. Members of the bar. My question, 3 questions I want to ask to be next steps. One is, the court named 7 men who could not be located and said they could face charges if found. What is the MPA doing to trace these individuals? And has docket been opened for murder charges? Number 2, the court recommended that the MPA investigate the kidnapping and forced disappearance of witnesses linked to this case. What is the status of that investigation? Now that the 1967 finding has been set aside, what are the MPA's next legal steps? Will there be a criminal prosecution, or is the inquest the final process? Thank you.
All right. I think we will pause there with the questions, and I'll give my colleagues here the opportunity to comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Greetings to all attendees. May I start with the last question? And the first 2 I will give to my colleagues to deal with. Well, following the recommendations by the judge in respect of those persons who could not be located, who included, as you would recall from the judgment, who included the train driver who could not be located, but we assume, insofar as he is concerned, that since at the time when this so-called incident took place in 1967, he would have been around 40-something years old. He was 45, I'm reminded, that the likelihood of him being alive by the time we started the hearing of the inquest would have been quite minimal. But insofar as other recommendations, the inquest is not the end. As you've indicated, there was a finding of enforced disappearance, in particular with one of the very crucial role players in what happened to Dr. Luthuli, a witness who apparently witnessed the assault on Dr. Luthuli, who was chased, Chief Luthuli, who was chased from the scene by the police and eventually captured by the police. And the family has never heard from him since then. So there is an opened, fully fledged investigation in respect of that individual. And once the inquest is finalized and the order is made by the court, the Director of Public Prosecution seized with the matter has to then evaluate the evidence, read the findings, and make a decision at a later stage. That decision is either that investigations should be followed in respect of identified issues of interest, and or if there is nowhere else to go, to make a finding that, or a decision that the prosecution is closed, which is called nolle prosequi, which is the final closure of the matter. But there are a number of issues that remain outstanding in respect of the Chief Albert Luthuli matter, some of which that arose during the hearing itself. And of importance and of interest is that what inquests have taught us is that, as you would have heard, I think in the Ahmed Timor matter, the first one that we had in the country, is that witnesses who come to testify, some of those witnesses do not even have statements that they would have given before they are called. But judges who assist with those matters, they make this announcement at the start. They invite whoever has information relating to the issue that the court is investigating to come forward and bring that matter. So the inquest is more than normal criminal proceedings. It allows for witnesses to come forward even in instances where they may well not have given written statements to the police. So yeah, it is a wide and a useful tool for achievement of justice. I hope that answers.
Chair, protocol observed. I am a person of few words. Because strategically I have been given a responsibility to see others work. Today, before I can deal with the questions, I wish to acknowledge some members of the multidisciplinary team that was working tirelessly day and night because they had no time. I want to start with Mr. Kaji. There is a lot of exchange of information, ideas that we engage him on. Dr. Nzele had always had time to give us his expertise, even at short notice. Our reconstructors of the scene, as well as doing simulation, are present with us. Warrant officers, badges.
May I please ask them to stand so we acknowledge you, colleagues?
Warrant officer badges, as well as warrant officer Sunet Nell. There are other members who, at no cost to the state, volunteered their services, their time, and in fact, had to dig deep in their own pockets to assist us to be where we are today in respect of this matter. We had locomotive experts. Your Mr. Labaskachne, who did not only provide us insight in terms of reports on the functioning and the other aspects of a locomotive, of a nature that was alleged to have collided with Chief Albert Luthuli. They, Mr. Labaskachne, Mr. Van Tonder, found their way even to the Pietermaritzburg High Court to go and testify. And they testified on aspects that we wouldn't have been able to get evidence on. I want to acknowledge that team, and as a person, acknowledge them for making me a better person in terms of growth in their fields of expertise. Now let me turn to the first question. I wish to point out that apartheid, as it was a systematic and institutionalized crime, it was founded on not less than 148 pieces of legislation. If you look at 148 pieces of legislation, one will give our government credit because they had to define a way of dealing with those legislation. You don't ignore a legislation. You have to repeal that legislation. It was government who had to ensure that they pave a way for these matters to be investigated by repealing those legislations. To give just a sense of what I'm talking about, if one looks at the Police Act 7 of 1958, it was enacted primarily to broaden the scope of the police force and their mandate beyond the normal criminal control to include counterinsurgency, quelling crowds, and maintaining the apartheid state. That was the object of that legislation. But more interesting rather, was the Indemnity Acts, which ran from 1961 to 1977, which were meant to protect police officers and state officials from criminal prosecution or civil action for acts of violence, torture, or killings committed in good faith during the line of duty. Then you get these individuals who might have played a role during the perpetuation of atrocities protected by the law. And if protected by the law and you want to initiate a prosecution, what are you saying in terms of the enabling legislation? There was an enabling legislation which says if you kill, if you torture, nothing is going to happen to you. It is no crime. Then you need to level the fields. Make sure that you create a climate, or you level the playing fields such that then you can achieve what you want to achieve, which the first taste of that was the TRC, when the government enacted the legislation on nation building and reconstruction, which had its own objectives, and which that particular body, I want to submit, served its purpose. Then now, when one talks of legislation that would need to be repealed, we have faced to dirty our hands. Experiences are a best teacher. We've got the Inquest Act, which brings in judicial investigation. It's not your ordinary investigation. It's a judicial investigation presided over by a judge and or a magistrate. We've got the tools in terms of the legislative framework. But what we need, and we need as in yesterday, or in decades that have passed, are the resources. We need to sit down and look at rather what are resources that are necessary for us to go forward, rather than the legislative framework. I'm not going to talk to all of them because I can talk until cows come back home, and that is not my intent. Yeah, it comes with a package. The other question relates to the period that we will all want to forget because of the atrocities, because of the massacres, because of the killings, assassination of our people. Many say they would wish to forget, but I treasure those, because that history has an ability to shape my future. If then we had activists, we need to begin to ask ourselves, where are they now? Those that were massacred at Sharpeville, where are they now? Don't we have an ability to reproduce? Don't we have an ability to self-recreate? Those instances are important reminders. They are the ones that have placed us where we are and given us the responsibility that we're sitting with. And in my view, if as a collective, we can be able to say, we dare not fail them. They made ultimate sacrifices. Then what will be the price of our sacrifices? Let me then give or hand over to my colleagues so that they can see what they can say.
Greetings, everyone. I think all questions have been covered by my colleagues. For example, if you look at what was happening by that time, that period of, for example, state of emergency was covered in the period which the TRC was looking at. And you can see in the reports of the commission the remarks that, or the findings that were made against certain institutions and certain individuals, such as medical practitioners, prosecutors of that time, not us, magistrates of that time. Yeah, so it was actually highlighting how the system was working, that everybody was actually involved. You can hear from previous speakers, Dr. Nzele, when he was highlighting how Dr. Luthuli was actually treated and why he was not transferred to other hospitals. It was the system that was working in that fashion. So he had not to be transferred to Durban because he was going to get the assistance, and perhaps he was going to be treated at that particular time. But mainly, at that particular time, the system caused a black man to be an enemy of another black man. You will remember the starting point of the TRC, how it started. It was started by the man that assassinated Mxenge. It was an African man, but he was used. That's how the system was working. It was causing us to be divided and become the enemies of each other. That was mainly what was happening at that particular time. My colleague highlighted that the inquest is not, or rather the finding of the inquest is not the final step, but depending on the issues that need to be tackled at that particular time. For the matter to go to the inquest, a thorough investigation has to be conducted and a decision has to be made by the NPA, whether you prosecute or whether you take the matter to the inquest. That is why there was this inquest of Chief Albert Luthuli, who passed away when my mother was 5 years old. Thank you.
I'm alerted that in the first question there was a question. There was a second part of the question, whether we would propose or how we would redraft the legislation to cater for any lacuna that may exist in how we implement it and how it is used today. What we have done within the NPA, we've used the existing legislation In our view, the Inquest Act is capable of an interpretation that allows for it to cater for issues which are not specifically and expressly mentioned therein. And you probably would hear in the next few weeks of what we are doing with that in KwaZulu-Natal, with some of the cases that we're dealing with, trying to have the courts interpret our law in line with our constitution in order to achieve justice as demanded by the constitution of our country. And we believe that we can do that. It's a possibility, and we should be able to work within this current existing legal framework. Yeah, so I think that in part answers your questions.
Ms. Trini, any last thoughts?
One thing is for sure, when I joined this unit, I was oblivious. Yes, we were taught in high school about the history of our country. However, we were not taught about exactly what it is that our country went through. There was a speaker previously, I think it was the first speaker, Professor Webe, when he highlighted oral history and when he highlighted what it means to feel the history, not just to be told the history. And I'm a young, well, maybe I might not look that young, but I am young. In the sense that I did not live through apartheid. My parents lived through apartheid, but I did not. And through this work, one had an opportunity to understand exactly what it is that our people went through. And I think if I can be given an opportunity to address the youth and to address those who are of my age, we are extremely fortunate to be living within a democratic country where we have freedom of expression, where we are not subjected to, or where we're actually not gagged, let me put it that way. We are extremely fortunate. We have got freedoms, we have rights, we have a Bill of Rights that we can enforce. Human rights are recognized within the constitutional dispensation. And that is something that our parents, our grandparents, Chief Luthuli in particular, did not experience. Many cadres died for us to be where we are today. I believe that, there is going to be a speaker, that Mr. Kachi, who is going to elaborate about what happened to his uncle. It's him and many others who went through that kind of suffering for us to be where we are today. So let us acknowledge our heroes and heroines. Let us be grateful. Yes, things are not perfect within our country, but let us be grateful and let us acknowledge them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Advocate Chweni. Thank you so much, all the colleagues from the NPA. I think I speak on behalf of all of us that we appreciate the work that you do. We see the work that you do for justice for all of us in this country. And we are honored that you took the time from your very busy schedule to be with us today. because you also deemed it important that you be part of this conversation so that we can also even learn beyond what we see on television or what we read in articles, but to actually get firsthand accounts of the work that you do and how you go about doing your work. So we really, really appreciate you and the work that you do. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've said, because of the important work that they do, they came all the way from KZN, and they have to go back so that they can continue with this important work. And so before we then release them, I would like to invite the chairperson of the Luthuli Museum, Advocate Naidu, together with the executive dean of our College here of Human Sciences, to assist me in thanking our colleagues. Okay. So colleagues from the NPA, on behalf of the College of Human Sciences here at UNISA and on behalf of the Luthuli Museum, we would like to give you these tokens of appreciation as a way of saying thank you for being here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. And thank you, colleagues. You may take your seats. They'll still be here for another few minutes, but at some point they will disappear. So we just wanted to acknowledge them before they do. Siyabonga. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to our next speaker for the day, Dr. Sandiswa Lerato Kobe. She is one of our foremost emerging scholars here at the University of South Africa in the field of Black theology, African spirituality, and Ubuntu, with interests on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, gender, transformation, Africanization, peace building, and conflict studies. She holds a PhD from Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam, and her PhD title, Forgiveness and Ubuntu, a study of the theological contribution of Desmond Tutu, offers a critical analysis of Desmond Tutu's notions of forgiveness and Ubuntu in changing contexts here in South Africa before and after 1994. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any more time, please join me in welcoming Dr. Kobe.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking after this panel, I'm just reminded that in my thesis, I actually, in master's, tried to look at the CRADOC 4 and how complicated the case is. I abandoned it. and I decided to stick with the PEPCO 3 and the massacre, St. James massacre, and the Guguletu 7. That was my work on my master's. And I'm saying this in the context that also there is an inquest into that. Yeah. My presentation today is titled Transitional Justice and the Unfinished Work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I will try to make the time, though it's going to be difficult. So I have about maybe 6 points that I want to speak into if I don't finish it. First one is historical context in which the Chief Albert Luthuli emerges as a leader. And then the recent inquest to the death of Chief Albert Luthuli as a hermeneutic of suspicion into the Black South African archive in South Africa. The third point is transitional justice, and the fourth point is Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and the fifth point is a Black theology account into the work of the TRC of South Africa. And then the sixth point is reconciliation as an unfinished business and its material consequences for impoverished indigenous Black South Africans. Those are the points I would like to speak to. The church in South Africa was never a united institution because it reflected the different cultures, traditions, and spiritualities of those who established it. Many churches are still shaped by European missionary tradition. Despite colonial origins, the English-speaking churches, of course, like the Anglican Church, Methodist Church, Presbyterian Church, and congregational churches, Black leaders have tried to represent the cultures of the African people. And of course, these Black church leaders include Inkosi Albert Luthuli and Zen-K Matthews and others. Albert Luthuli, as a church leader, rejected racial discrimination as an un-Christian and advocated equality, human dignity, and justice for all in South Africa. This commitment was expressed at the 1949 Rosettville Conference, where church leaders affirmed that all people are created in the image of God and therefore deserve equal rights, education, political participation, and opportunities. Chief Albert Luthuli played a significant role at this conference, challenging racial exclusivity and the belief that civilization belonged only to white people. It is from this context in which we must understand Chief Albert Luthuli's legacy. We must place him in the archives within the broader context of colonialism, land dispossession, apartheid, and Western Christianity in South Africa. More than politicking, it is important that the Chief Albert Luthuli is memorized and remembered as a community leader who transformed the ANC into a mass-based liberation movement. Chief Albert Luthuli remained deeply connected to the struggles of ordinary people in Grootville and became a symbol of justice, dignity, and resistance against oppression, not just in society, but also within the institutions like church. In the recent inquest, I am of the opinion that the inquest into the death of Chief Albert Luthuli is far more than correcting a historical mistake. It represents a long-awaited opportunity for the Luthuli family to uncover truth about what happened to their son, father, grandfather, and to finally achieve a sense of accountability, respect, and dignity. The ruling that indeed the Chief Albert Luthuli was murdered highlights the desire of our ancestors for both truth-telling and justice. Belelenje basathetha. They want the historical record corrected, the myths surrounding the Chief Albert Luthuli exposed, and the full circumstances of his death made known to the public. The family has also made it clear that truth alone is not enough. They expect those responsible to be identified, prosecuted, and held accountable for their actions. For them, justice requires consequences as well as reparation for the harm caused. Their refusal to accept the apartheid-era explanation that Chief Albert Luthuli, a capable and respected leader, was simply struck by a goods train, reflects a broader rejection of the false narratives that have often been used to conceal the realities of colonial and apartheid violence. The inquest, therefore, represents an important step towards restoring truth, dignity, and justice for the Luthuli family is Nyanya and South Africa as a whole. It is a call to read the archive against the grain. South Africa's transitional justice model is often praised internationally as an example of how societies can move beyond gross human rights violation and build democracy. Rather than pursuing a victor's justice approach like the Nuremberg trials, South Africa's leaders chose a negotiated settlement between the ANC and the National Party through CODESA. Leaders such as Nelson Mandela, F.W. de Klerk, and Desmond Tutu argued that transition required balancing justice for past abuses with reconciliation and nation building. As a result, the focus shifted from punishing perpetrators to promoting restorative justice, where victims, perpetrators, and beneficiaries of apartheid were encouraged to participate in rebuilding South Africa. Tutu maintained that large-scale criminal prosecution were neither practical nor desirable, as they could have overwhelmed the legal system and threatened the fragile peace. Similarly, Frank Chikane and his son, in his book in 2018, argued that compromise and negotiation helped South Africa avoid a potential devastating civil war. Within this context, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission emerged as a central mechanism of transitional justice, prioritizing truth-telling, restorative justice, and national reconciliation over retributive forms of justice. The South African Truth Reconciliation Commission was mandated to invest gross human rights violations committed between 1960 and 1994, including abduction, killing, ill treatment, and torture. Its work was structured in three committees: the Human Rights Violation Committee, the Reparation and Rehabilitation Committee, which sought to restore victims' dignity and support rehabilitation, and the Amnesty Committee, which considered amnesty application. The TRC was responsible for writing and submitting the report to the government of South Africa. In No Future Without Forgiveness, Desmond Tutu notes that the TRC faced enormous challenges because ordinary citizens expected perpetrators to be prosecuted, while politicians favored a political compromise that would allow both perpetrators and victims to move forward in the new South Africa. Before the TRC began its work, there was disagreement about the truth of South Africa's past. Tutu argued that the truth had a dual meaning, providing space for victims to share their stories and trauma, while also recognizing the rights of allegedly perpetrators through process of law. Tutu believed that South Africa needed to correct, add to, and share the truth about the past because healing, national reconciliation were not possible without it. He warned against forgetting the past, arguing that letting bygones be bygones amounts to amnesia and could further victimize those who suffered under apartheid. He maintained that the past must be confronted because it inevitable returns to haunt those who try to ignore it. And this is the Thuli family learning this the hard way. Tutu argues that the TRC rejected a purely retributive or punitive understanding of justice and instead promoted restorative justice based on the need to understand rather than vengeance, reparation rather than retaliation, and Ubuntu rather than victimization. He asserted that this idea of restorative justice was drawn on traditional African jurisprudence. The commission aimed to heal bridges, redress imbalances, restore broken relationships, and rehabilitate both victims and perpetrators so they could reintegrate into South African society. A point that is challenged by Ubuntu scholars today, like Mogobe Ramose and Dumiso Dlada, and to include myself in those scholars. To this fact, when we engage the TRC, we must remember that Tutu viewed reconciliation and forgiveness as central to the TRC process. He then linked forgiveness to Ubuntu and produced his own assertion of what restorative justice means. Forgiveness was not part of the TRC of South Africa. So therefore, Tutu had to insert it, and he linked this forgiveness this Christian forgiveness into Ubuntu. And this is what he calls restorative justice. We must remember when we take on the archive of the TRC that forgiveness was not part of the TRC mandate. To this point, scholars like Mehmood Mamdani and Tinyiko Maluleke argue that foundation of South Africa's transition and the TRC were flawed from the beginning. They contend that the emphasis on reconciliation, forgiveness, and individual amnesty shaped a process that prioritized political stability over substantive justice. Tinyiko Maluleke, who is one of the leading scholars of Black theology globally, points out that Desmond Tutu and church leaders played a significant role in promoting the idea of the South African miracle, while failing to adequately address structural injustices created by colonialism and apartheid. His argument is that reconciliation has long been an instrument of the Christian church in Africa. Before and during apartheid, churches promoted reconciliation as a solution to social conflict, often without addressing deeper questions of land dispossession, economic equality, and Black liberation theology. And this is the conference that the Chief Albert Luthuli also was in 1949, organized by the church. So in post-1994 South Africa, forgiveness and reconciliation and Ubuntu became dominant national ideas associated with leaders such as Desmond Tutu. There was now, it seems, an inclusion of indigenous people's bodies, but also concepts like Ubuntu to encourage Black South Africans to accept continued inequalities while preserving existing economic structures. Therefore, before 1994, this was done through the church, and it was always white scholars and white theologians who were promoting this. But post-1994, we see Black bodies becoming part of this. The Rustenburg Conference of 1990 must be archived as a turning point where Tutu's public gesture of forgiveness towards white churches symbolized a shift from a liberation-centered theology and spirituality to a reconciliation-centered theology and spirituality. Tutu moved away from the radical tradition of Black theology and began speaking primarily as a church leader committed to negotiations and unity. In doing so, he alienated Black theologians, political movements, and liberation groups that insisted justice and liberation must come before reconciliation and forgiveness. Moving to Mahmoud Mamdani's critique of the TRC in 1996 and his following books and articles 2002, 2008, we must archive that Mamdani critiqued the narrow understanding of human rights violation. He argued that the commission concentrated on individual acts such as killing, torture, and abduction, while failing to recognize apartheid itself as a crime against humanity. By focusing on individual victims and perpetrators, the TRC treated apartheid largely as a context rather than as a central violation. Structural injustices such as forced removals, past laws, racial segregation, land dispossession, coerced labor, and institutionalized racism were not given the same recognition as individual acts of violence. As a result, the TRC promoted national reconciliation without fully confronting apartheid as a system of organized racial oppression. Mamdani asserts that reconciliation cannot be meaningful without acknowledging the collective suffering of Black communities and the structural nature of apartheid. The Commission's emphasis on individual stories obscured broader questions of racial and economic injustices. Maluleke and Mamdani agree that while the goal of national healing was noble and South Africa desperately needed healing after centuries of oppression, the TRC process was inadequate. The Commission offered amnesty to perpetrators but provided uncertain and limited reparation to victims. The spirituality and morality of the TRC were built on Western Christian notions of truth, forgiveness, and reconciliation that did not sufficiently address the economic realities of the poor, particularly Black indigenous South Africans. Churches like your AICs, your indigenous African churches, were excluded into having this conversation, how reconciliation must look like. The TRC did not allow victims to tell their full stories. Testimonies were often filtered through legal procedures and statements, meaning that many experiences were edited or restricted. Victims often lacked the resources to challenge amnesty applications, while perpetrators could secure amnesty through claims of full disclosure. Consequently, the TRC revealed only part of the truth, leaving many stories untold. In case in point, the disappearance of the death and the young man Mbemu Mnyandu, who delivered the letter to Chief Albert Luthuli. His story remains forgotten until the recent inquest by the family of the Chief Albert Luthuli. To conceal truth about the past, Maluleke further argues that the TRC adopted concepts from Black theology of liberation, African theology, and humanist feminist theologies and spiritualities. It stripped them of their liberatory content. Ideas such as justice, reconciliation, Ubuntu, solidarity, and non-racialism remained, but their meaning were altered. In this view, the TRC theology encouraged victims to forgive and avoid bitterness while placing little pressure on perpetrators to demonstrate meaningful repentance or provide material restitution. As the new generation journeying into the past, we must question the moral authority of Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela. Their powerful examples of forgiveness and reconciliation became national ideals that left little room for anger, resistance, or demands for deeper justice. Those who continue to challenge inequality, racism, and economic exclusion are often dismissed as resentful or trapped in the past. In the case of Martha Nussbaum's book, Anger and Forgiveness, published in 2017. We must acknowledge that this moral framework limits discussion about reparation, restitution, and structural transformation. This perspective acknowledges that prioritizing reconciliation over justice and focus on individual acts of violence rather than apartheid as a system of racial domination by promoting forgiveness, Ubuntu, and national unity without adequately addressing structural inequality, land dispossession, and economic justice, the TRC obscured the full reality of apartheid as a crime against humanity. The central question remains whether the emphasis on reconciliation and forgiveness helped South Africa move forward or whether it left deeper work of justice unfinished. As mentioned earlier, in the years of the South African democracy, individuals who called for land redistribution and reparation were often criticized or marginalized. Winnie Madikizela Mandela, for example, faced significant criticism for insisting that political freedom had to be accompanied by economic justice. Likewise, women such as Mrs. Konile, who appeared before the Truth Reconciliation Commission, were often portrayed as irrational and mad when they demanded recognition of their humanity and dignity before they could consider forgiveness, reconciliation, or Ubuntu towards those responsible for the death of their loved ones. Drawing on Tendai Tole's critique of post-1994, it can be argued that the dominant post-1994 narrative of the Rainbow Nation was largely shaped by political and social elites. While democracy brought important political gains, many Black South Africans continue to experience poverty, inequality, and exclusion. Civil war in the township has never ceased, proving that indeed Black indigenous South Africans are to be blamed for apartheid. There was a critique by Mamdani that if we take the TRC as truth, then it means that Black people were responsible for apartheid. Tutu's emphasis on forgiveness encouraged South Africans to move forward together, but it also contributed to a situation in which demands for justice, restitution, redress were repeatedly postponed. Ubuntu became increasingly associated with acceptance, forgiveness, and coexistence, even in circumstances where the underlying causes of injustice remain unaddressed. Currently, Ubuntu in South Africa is in need of Ubuntu. Those are the words of Alan Busak. As scholars, we must acknowledge that the effects of a pseudo-Ubuntu forgiveness and reconciliation are visible in contemporary South Africa. Many poor communities continue to face unemployment, inadequate housing, poor healthcare services, and deteriorating living conditions. Concerns about undocumented migration, pressures of township infrastructure, and economic insecurities are connected to broader frustrations about the unfulfilled promises of democracy. We must confess that labor struggles such as the 2012 mine workers' protest that led to the Marikana massacre exposed the continuing exploitation of Black South African workers. Black South Africans live in conditions characterized by poor sanitation, overcrowding, and inadequate access to basic service in democratic South Africa. There must be truth-telling that protests for minimum wage have become silent in context characterized by mass migration. South Africa is experiencing and witnessing a struggle for employment amongst the poor in South Africa. Though it used to be the fight of minimum wage, now it's a fight to get actually the job. Black South Africans live, similarly, student movements such as Rhodes Must Fall, Fees Must Fall, and End Outsourcing challenged the failure of post-1994 South African institutions. These movements highlighted the continued barriers to quality education, skills development, and employment opportunities. Together, these struggles demonstrate that many of the demands raised during the anti-apartheid struggle remain unresolved, particularly those relating to equality, dignity, and economic justice. Despite these realities, we must admit that the concerns of the indigenous Black poor are often dismissed by political elites, sections of civil society, academics, and middle-class groups. Instead, there is frequently an expectation that poor communities should prioritize unity, reconciliation, and now Pan-Africanist solidarity. While these ideals are valuable, that our government should prioritize Pan-Africanist solidarity, they are often promoted without addressing the immediate material challenges facing those who continue to experience poverty and exclusion since the arrival of Jan van Riebeeck in South Africa. While it is the right of the government policies to emphasize the cooperation of Pan-African and regional responsibility, particularly in relation to migration, this focus exists alongside unresolved historical injustices affecting indigenous South Africans, questions of land, 7% in 1994, now Black Africans only own 3%. Resources distribution and economic transformation and reparation remain only partially addressed. As a result, many communities perceive growing gap between political rhetoric and their lived experience. This situation, therefore, creates the impression that urgent domestic questions of redistribution and justice are being overshadowed by broader political and economic agendas of the elites. Consequently, many historical disadvantaged communities feel abandoned by democratic institutions. Persistent poverty, unemployment, and inequality reinforce the belief that the promises of liberation have not been yet fulfilled. To conclude this section here, because I don't have time, I want to read here from Ndumiso Dladla. Ndumiso Dladla argues that the violence of apartheid and colonial wars of conquest produced a sustained. I'm thinking of time. The violence of apartheid and colonial wars of conquest produced and sustained the dispossession of Black indigenous people in South Africa, stripping them of their land, cattle, and means of livelihood. This encounter dismantles Ubuntu-based society, and in doing so, undermine the condition necessary for the embodiment of Ubuntu. According to Dladla, this ethical assessment stems from the historical experience of injustices manifested in three interconnected forms. First, the so-called right to conquest, which involved the unjust and illegitimate seizure of sovereign authority and territory from Abantu to Abelungu. Secondly, political speeches that facilitate ongoing systems of economic exploitation. Thirdly, racism, which serves as an entrench to political subjugation and sustain economic oppression of indigenous people of South Africa, until we actively confront and transform this history by challenging its enduring consequences. True Ubuntu remains in need of Ubuntu. Only through corrections of historical injustices and the rectification of archival record can South Africa be meaningfully regarded as a Ubuntu society by Abantu people of South Africa? In conclusion, the current South Africa's agenda of reconciliation, truth-telling, solidarity without meaningful restitution and justice allows structural inequalities and structural injustice to remain intact, and in many cases, they normalize ongoing black suffering in the name of reconciliation and unity. The opening of the inquest into the death of Inkosi Albert Luthuli is significant because it challenges official apartheid-era accounts and reopens important questions about truth, accountability, memory, and justice. More than correcting the historical record, it highlights the limitation of South Africa's transition and raises difficult questions about whether reconciliation alone was sufficient to address the legacy of apartheid. Ultimately, reconciliation without substantive justice, restitution, contributes to a political culture in which inequality persists, black agency is constrained, and Ubuntu is often interpreted in ways that sustain rather than challenge injustices. For this reason, there is a continuing need for black scholars to engage with questions of power, justice, reconciliation, and liberation. Human rights activists, church leaders, and politicians must critically examine narratives of peace and unity that emerged before justice had been achieved. In my view, the outcome of the Chief Albert Luthuli inquest offers renewed hope that in future we may build a South Africa grounded not only in reconciliation, but also in truth, accountability, dignity, and genuine justice for all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kobe. Once again, we have been given a lot to think about and to reflect on. And I'm going to, again, invite us to offer our comments, our reflections, our questions following the presentation that you've just heard. Yes, we have one. Okay, I see you. There's two. And three. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Kobe, for that amazing presentation. There has been a recurring tendency when looking at the TRC reports in retrospect to that is very apparent that the aspects of justice in the TRC reports still is absent. And I encountered that in my own PhD thesis when I was relooking at Solomon Mahlangu's case, that even in the aspect of justice, when they had to consider what happened in the court, the TRC failed to prove the injustices of the court systems. As a consequence, Mahlangu was found to be guilty, even in the TRC. So my question to you is, as much as we can acknowledge the failings of the TRC when it comes to how they push for the agenda of reconciliation and the aspect of, what do you call it? You said, I think you said it's, I wrote it down, I don't know where I wrote it. But the aspect of bringing people together and, you know, singing Kumbaya and looking good in front of the international community, how do we then address the aspect of the courts? And how still even today, there's an elephant in the room. The court system, it was almost like it was put at the back burner, that once we challenge how the courts processed individuals, articulated cases where justice was supposedly discussed, we still haven't thoroughly looked at how the courts treated individuals like freedom fighters, etc. I don't know if I'm being clear, but I think you get
She says
my
she
gist.
gets it.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
you. And then we move on to the second question.
Thank you, and greetings to everyone and protocol observed. I'd like to develop a question. I'm not one to do two-part questions because I could tell that the speaker obviously had a lot on her mind today, and obviously, unfortunately for her, she was very much constrained by time. You spoke of a colonial and apartheid violence. I found that to be quite interesting because amongst the many things we've forgotten about Inkosi, Luthuli, is that he led, and to the point of one of the audience members on their questions, during two eras. He led both during the colonial era and apartheid. And what's quite astonishing about his leadership during that time is while the colonialism, which was at the time British dominated, was itself fighting for political dominance in South Africa, contesting the Afrikaners. You had a teacher of 17 years here who, amongst that, was able to build a mass-based organization and movement that was recognized globally. You should just reflect on that for a second to understand the power of the man. And not only did he then find expression during a time of no social media, but he actually won the world and was the first African to be awarded a Nobel Peace Prize. And at the same time, living in a South Africa that is that repressive. And he was known for his justice. So I liked it because you spoke of the unfulfilled democratic wishes of poor communities, of which we know Inkosi Albert Luthuli fought for above all else. And then you spoke quite interestingly now, and this is the direct question, because you spoke of Ubuntu by Abantu, as though the definition of Ubuntu was at some point sort of hijacked by the Reconciliation Project. So the direct question is, and I'm hoping you'll go out on a limb here, should poor communities accept reconciliation? Thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant contribution. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much, Dr. Gore. I think mine is more of a reflection on what you have presented. And I think my reflection was mainly on how you spoke about how, as Black South Africans, we are staying in impoverished conditions. But mine was more on, am I not audible? Okay. I think my reflection was more on how we Black South Africans have somehow also accepted these conditions. And I'm wondering if, or rather my mind-boggling mindset was wondering how maybe apartheid has actually conditioned Black South Africans to accept mediocrity. And maybe we should start looking at the psychological effects of apartheid on Black South Africans and how it has actually configured the Black mindset to accept what is unacceptable. Because if we look at the many atrocities or atrocious conditions that Black South Africans are staying in, I mean, one example could be one of the shacks in Kliptown, where initially shacks were put up for individuals that were moving from homesteads for meantime settlement before they find proper housing for them. But now Black South Africans have accepted shack living as a way of saying, I was raised in a shack and therefore I am triumphant because I'm a graduate who was raised in a shack. Have we not accepted these atrocities as a way as if we were conditioned to say it's okay? It's okay, we are used to living with atrocities, and that's why we are not coming up with means of acting against these atrocities or of being active against these atrocities. I mean, a recent example could be that of load shedding, of how as Black South Africans, we've accepted load shedding to a point that we've put up solar panels instead of fighting the system. So how much of atrocious conditions have we accepted as a way of enabling the atrocities to continue, if I could put it that way?
Thank you. Doc?
Thank you so much for the questions. I guess I will start with the recent one. Well, I do think that in Black theology we will use the word upside down. We live in an upside down. Now speaking about South Africa specifically, if I would have a picture in my mind, it's like our heads are the ones that we are walking with. We are looking down like this, and then, so therefore, the way we reason issues, I mean, the Black middle class and elites are shocked that Black South Africans are fighting that their kids are not killed by the rotten food they are being sold. That's being abnormal. To think that Black people must accept this, it means that the Black elites and the elites have accepted the conditions that apartheid has created in South Africa. So they can't, in fact, we see them as hallucinating, you know? What are they complaining about? Because Black lives doesn't matter in South Africa. And it has not mattered for the past 400 years. So one point is to that. But look at how the poor themselves, the poor wanted to destroy the township. We were to disband the township because we argued the township was not a way that we must live. But now our people have been forced into a corner that they are fighting for the township. I mean, that is really where you see that things are totally upside down. People are fighting now to be exploited as cheap labor because how hard our government has failed its own people. So in that sense, I think both the Black middle class and the Black elites, together with the poor, we have accepted conditions that we are not supposed to accept. In fact, if you go to the rural villages, we are bringing the township mentality and the conditions into the villages. In the olden days, if you committed something in the township, you were sent to village to learn manners, Ubuntu, and all these things. But now we come to the villages and create these groups and do all these things that we were doing in the township. So, I mean, our situation is far worse than, I don't know. I mean, I am inspired, by the way, to answer your question is that, have you watched, this is abnormal to be inspired by this. I'm including myself in the abnormality. Have you watched the old series that we used to watch in the olden days? How Black people had law firms, big law firms in the townships. How, do you remember the film of Bantu? Bantu who was murdered, and then this whole story was about who killed Bantu's wife, I mean. Remember those law firms, those were Black people, very big, and I am like, wow, was the township economy this big, that these Black lawyers were this big, you know? I grew up from the Eastern Cape. There were these big shops that people owned in the township. Now we are starting to romanticize that forced economics of Black people because we had no other way. So we were forced to make a way in nothingness. So now I'm starting to celebrate that. You know, so that's abnormal. And then on the second question, should poor communities accept reconciliation? I think we don't have to. We do have our own way of talking about negotiations. In my book, I refer to Achina Achebe, if you things fall apart. That story is very interesting because whether you can argue it's a very, for this modern world to imagine. Remember how that one person is killed in another village. So now to find justice, there must be a girl who's sent into another village and a boy. But they were negotiating a settlement that the villages are not found into this unending war. But they understood in that, Achuna Achebe's story was seeking to present that justice must be served. So negotiation doesn't mean that we must abandon justice. So maybe we need to move away from a Western discourses of reconciliation and come into our own ways of thinking about these things, how we thought about them within the indigenous cultures and spiritualities. On the last question, the court, I guess here it's a difficult question for me to answer, but I will say this. I am inspired in my work by Ramose and Lala, who actually question the constitutional democracy that we find ourselves in. That now when we are having problems, we must go to courts and do all. And these courts are Western courts. So therefore, in that comment, they would still treat some of these cases that come to the TRC in the way the apartheid government will treat them. So I think we must come together as scholars. The work of decolonization must be a priority. But also when we do that, we must self-critique ourselves while we are writing. Because then decoloniality now has become this office work that is outside of the lived experiences of people. So when we think and imagine the courts, we can go to archive. I mean, Ichala Lama Wele in the Xhosa culture, remember how that case was solved. There are so many things in which we can go to where we can actually build our own ways in which court is understood. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kobe. Thank you. I think yeah. You got me thinking as well. I'm thinking the Roman Dutch law, and I'm thinking about the role of universities, because we give out what we have taken in. So if I come to the university and they're teaching me the Roman Dutch law, I'm going to go to the courts, and that's what I'm going to practice. So if we're talking about decolonization and Africanization, we have to look at ourselves and saying, what does our curriculum look like? And if we say there needs to be a rethinking in terms of how we think about justice, how we think about reconciliation, then the work has to start from the basic level, even basic education, going up to universities. But I think conversations assist us to start thinking about these possibilities and the work that needs to be done. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to our last speaker for the day. Mr. Imtiaz Ahmed Kaji, who is the nephew of Ahmed Timo, who was killed in police detention in 1971. And following extensive research on the life of his uncle, it has really been his lifelong commitment, and not only for his family, but for other families as well, other families in South Africa. He does a lot of grassroots work because he also understands that justice cannot just be for one individual or one individual family. And he has written on this, he's written books, and he's currently working on his third book on this as well. And we're very delighted and honored to have you, Mr. Kaji, to come and share some reflections on the history, but also the current work that you're doing and what you would like to leave us with today. So please, let's welcome Mr. Kaji, ladies and gentlemen.
I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustice of the past honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, unquote. Program Director, fellow panelists, dear audience, very difficult situation because being the last speaker is certain advantages because I can sum up. But at the same time, I know you're all waiting for lunch. So I'll try and keep it thought-provoking so that you don't fall off to sleep. Before I continue, I'd like to make 3 declarations. The first one, our struggle against apartheid was a legitimate one. Apartheid was a crime against humanity. And today they tell us that no, life was better during apartheid than today. So let's never forget. It was institutionalized corruption at its best. The second one, dear audience, I'm not apologetic for calling for the reopening of the Timol inquest and for supporting other inquests and reopening the investigations into the deaths of our loved ones. Not apologetic at all. And thirdly, this process of reopening, reinvestigating, prosecuting is not only the responsibility of the National Prosecuting Authority and the South African Police Service. For me, this is a national project. It has to happen from the highest echelons of government. And again, I declare that this is not a favor that they're discharging upon us. So those are the 3 declarations I'd like to make. I'm not sure if you agree, but you'll let me know when I conclude my presentation, dear audience. I'll briefly just talk about the Timor matter so that I can give you context of where I've come from and where I'm going. The police version of events was very simple. He gets arrested at a police roadblock, 22nd of October, 1971. They claimed that he had political literature in the boot of his car, when there's overwhelming evidence that he was well aware that he was under surveillance. So why would somebody that's under surveillance drive in a motor vehicle with banned political literature in the boot of the car, right? He gets arrested, gets taken to the notorious John Foster Square police station, and 5 days later, they tell us that he had jumped to his death without laying a finger on him. And you know the question that they always ask, Program Director, when those police officers went home on the 27th of October, 1971, what did they tell their loved ones about their day at John Foster Square? What did they say? What did they tell their kids? When they asked them, Dad, how was your day? How did you protect the country? That's something that always troubles me. An inquest is held in 1972. The finding is very clear. Nobody's responsible for his death. They never laid a finger on him. Remember, my uncle is the 22nd person to have died in police detention. Lux Martin Luthuli, the first in 1963, given a pauper's burial. Records state that over 73 people died in police detention, and nobody was ever held responsible. So once again, the police officers that killed our loved ones never worked in isolation. They were part of a system, and this system that was declared crime against humanity. So the inquest finding gets made, police officers testify. Despite a number of people arrested with my uncle, detained, tortured, there were only 2 family witnesses that testified. My uncle's mother and father, my maternal grandparents. And an overwhelming inquest finding that he was well looked after, and he committed suicide. 12th of October 2017, Judge Motley makes a ruling at the reopened inquest that Ahmed Timol did not commit suicide. He was murdered in police detention. I called for the inquest to be reopened in 2009, when it was not fashionable. I'm mad. But you see, our struggle for truth and justice is not about numbers. It's not about social media tweets or how many followers I have on Facebook. It's about the truth. It's about justice. And when you follow the path of truth and justice, and you do it honestly, with a noble heart, he's there. So 2017, the inquest gets reopened. and Judge Motley makes the finding. But I'm going to focus on 3 individuals that were subpoenaed to come and testify. Right? So they don't come to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. They don't apply for amnesty. They get subpoenaed to come and testify. At the inquest, their legal fees are all paid by the state. Right? So let's just flag that we might not have time, Doc, to discuss it, but their legal expense, and they did not apply for amnesty. Right? João Rodrigues placed himself in the room, room 1026, in the 1972 inquest and 2017 inquest, and his version is that they were having a cup of tea with Timol, and he darted across the table, opened a closed window, and jumped to his death. And he states that he had no injuries on his body. Right? And Judge Motte made a ruling and said, but how is that possible when Doc Nsele, he had over 35 injuries on his body, 27 of them antemortem. And I've seen those pictures. It's horrific to imagine what he endured for 5 days in police detention. So Judge Motte is very clear that this man must be charged. And to the credit of the NPA, they charged him. 2 other police officers, also based at John Foster Square Police Station, on the 9th and 10th floor. So if you know that police station, the 8th, 9th, and 10th floor was only for security branch. So even uniformed police officers would not have access to those 3 floors. So if you were a police officer on those floors, you were part of an elite unit. So there's 2 security branch officers that were still living in 2017. One was a notorious colored police officer, Seth Sons. And he says clearly, I know nothing about torture, and he read in the papers. After he testified, dear audience, we had 6 people who came forward immediately and said that this man is a liar. He had tortured us, notorious torturer. Right? So overwhelming evidence that he's lying under oath. Because remember, torture had prescribed. So he could not be charged for torture. And the other was Neville Else, also based in that particular building. And we had 2 witnesses who testified that they were tortured by him. So the inquest finding is made. People are celebrating. It's unprecedented. Obviously, it's historical. And for me, it was very clear. This was not a victory for Ahmed Timur. This was a victory for the people of South Africa, the unsung heroes and heroines of our country. So now you help me and tell me if my logic doesn't make sense. So I immediately believed that after the inquest, the 3 would be charged. Because ultimately, the three of them would have known exactly what happened to my uncle and their narrative and their version of what transpired. Right? So I pursued the matter immediately. It took 6 months, and I started this process of documenting, keeping a timeline, updating on my website. And for 6 months, I get a runaround in the Rodrigues matter. Then the matter gets handed over to the DPP in Johannesburg South, and DPP Chauke, within 3 months, they charged Rodrigues. Charged Rodrigues, 30th of July 2018. This was yesterday, 6 years ago. He gets charged. And people are totally shocked and surprised, but this is really happening. I said, but why shouldn't it happen? He gets charged, first court appearance. Over a period of 3 years, the audience, he makes 19 court appearances. 19. Right? His legal fees, Doc, are covered by the state. Every time he goes to court, there's a postponement. And I make sure that I take a day's leave and I attend those court proceedings. Many times, I was all alone in court. But I said, no, it's a principal point that this man cannot get away with it. He must be held accountable. He then makes an application, a 342A application, a permanent stay of prosecution application. The matter goes to the full court in the South Gauteng High Court. It gets dismissed. He then makes an application to the Supreme Court of Appeal. This is in 2019. So 2017, the inquest, 12 October. 30th July 2018, he gets charged. 2019, around May, the South Gauteng full court dismisses the application. 2019, October, his matter is heard at the Supreme Court of Appeal. Look at the prolonged delays. And I'm sitting and I'm watching and I'm trying to grasp and understand, but how do legal processes follow in this country? That he can just delay the matter. And the explanation that his legal counsels are giving is that Rodrigues had amnesty. So this is not a TRC amnesty because he didn't apply the TRC. So they talk of a secret amnesty, not a secret, another amnesty process. Or a secret deal that was made between the ANC and the Nationalist Party. And on that basis, they bring an application to say he must not be charged. Then they speak about his rights being infringed, not been getting a fair trial, the issue about his age. But the law students here know the issue about age only comes in during sentencing. Right? So they use those arguments and say that no, that the matter can't proceed. Fast forward, September 2021, Rodriguez passes on. So they simply played the system. They delayed it. Okay, right. They delayed it. It went on, he passed on. He was not held accountable. So for me, it was very clear. It was a deliberate, strategic move on the part of the judiciary not to deal with this matter of the so-called amnesty process and rights being infringed and so forth. When the organization called the Foundation for Equality Before the Law made an application and said, look, even though our client is deceased, there's a matter of national interest. We need to deal with this matter. And the Concord said, no, no. In terms of the regulations, he's deceased, the matter is closed. And then I asked myself, when certain political figures go to court, the court roll opens very quickly. I'm not defending any one of them, but it opens very quickly. From the full court to the SCA to the Concord, and the diaries just open, the court roll just open. But here, it's not a matter of Ahmed Timor. This is about our history, our country, and the system fails. Else and Sons, the NPA takes 3 years to give me the runaround. At the end of the day, they don't charge them. Witnesses already at the inquest, they delay the investigation, delay interviews, till the witness passes on, the other one is not medically well. So Rodriguez got away, Else and Sons got away. Right? So I witnessed this. And I asked myself, but what kind of a system is this? I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an academic, but I need to comprehend, I need to understand what transpired. And hence I started this process of critical thinking based on research. And research from my perspective. It's so encouraging to hear, Doc, that there are black voices critiquing the TRC because the TRC has been hijacked. And those that today talk about accountability and TRC investigation, they conveniently have amnesia. They don't want us to talk about the TRC. Because the TRC was a commission, yes. Truth. Who was speaking the truth? They put the crimes on one person. Flag Plus operative Eugene de Kock. He took the fall for 1960 to 1990. Nobody else took the fall. Reconcile with who? Who do we reconcile with? They don't ask for forgiveness. Till today, they don't ask for forgiveness. So who do we reconcile with? Right? So Rodriguez, Else and Sons gets away. I published my second book in 2020, comparing the 1972 inquests, the 2017 inquests, the forensic pathology reports, and I nullify the narrative that he was arrested by chance. It was orchestrated, and I believe his operations were infiltrated and penetrated. Right? So like in 2005, when I published my first book, they told me, no, you're now famous, the story is over, you must move on. The inquest finishes, Doc, in 2017, they say, no, the inquest findings are the reverse. What more do you want? The numbers of people that supported me during the inquest, post the inquest, when I followed up with Rodriguez, Else and Sons, they ran away from me. They ran away from me. So when you talk about accountability, it's a problem. It's a serious problem. So at that particular time, during the court proceedings, based on what my legal counsels told me, they said political interference on TRC cases, and I believed it, and I deposed affidavits. But after my experience, dear audience, I went back. I revisited history from my lens, from my experiences, and I have different findings, which I hope to publish once this TRC inquiry is completed and over. And I'm really looking forward for us talking and seeing how we can promote the black voices about reconciliation and justice. So what were the different views and opinions that I had post the inquest? So some would tell you, no, it's fine to receive posthumous awards. So you be part of documentaries and TV series and so forth, but you steer away completely from truth and justice. Don't talk accountability. No, it's too painful, right? Some want pure reparations, and that's understandable depending when you lose a breadwinner. So they want reparations. Others, now is the time. Before elections, they will come with their blue light brigades and they will shout, "Long live, viva!" But they will not speak anything about accountability. They will not speak about accountability. But they want our votes and they will say, "Long live," and they remember us selectively. And that's why today, the 31st of July 2026, marks the 45th anniversary of the assassination of Comrade John Kabi in Zimbabwe, 1981, assassinated. You think his party is celebrating and commemorating his anniversary today? Forgotten. So I had to deal with all these different responses, and I said, no, I'm not going to be swayed by what people say. I've got to think for myself, I've got to do my own research, I've got to do my own understanding, and based on that, I'll make my own findings. Right? The NPA failed in the Els and Sons matter. It's a given. They can't change that. And it's the entire NPA leadership. I don't need to mention them by names. Their names are coming out in other commissions. They failed. And history will record them. Right? But since 2021, September 2021, there has been a change. And that is why the colleagues from KZN that are now not here are part of a broader transformation, a complete shift of how the state is now dealing with matters. And that must be encouraged. We must encourage it. We must, and obviously, Professor Nwepe, there's challenges. I mean, the challenges are inevitable. But there is a shift. So we must commend them for their shift and for their change. I know it's lunchtime. There are three things I think that I'd like to leave you with that obviously we need to, we need to explore. Today, and our law students are here, we talk good governance, accountability, transparency. We show the entire world how our criminal justice system and government has been infiltrated, penetrated, very proudly. But Prof, when we say we want access to TRC archives, forget, we're coming to apartheid. We want access to TRC archives. We want access to apartheid-era archives. All the transparency and everything is forgotten. Then you ask yourself, but who are you protecting? Why are you protecting? Because how do we move forward without dealing with our past? So it is very convenient and comfortable to forget our past. And it is people that are compromised. They were compromised before 1990, working for the apartheid regime, and post-1990, they compromised because of their corrupt activities. So the issue about archives, we have to explore. Because TRC commissioners are not going to pursue the issue about declassifying and opening TRC archives. They're not going to do it. So that's something that we definitely need to look into, is the issue about archives. The issue I raised, dear audience, about national project. It has to be, how does this organization be the oldest liberation movement in the continent? And you take no pride in preserving your own history. And I'll tell you why. Because if you preserve your history, these individuals that are blocking us today, you will find out that they were compromised. So they relegated to June 16, Mandela Day. That's what they relegated to. Commemorations with no accountability, no justice, nothing. We must just stand up and shout, "Long live and viva." It can't be. The third one, dear audience, all of this, I can speak for myself. Revisiting this first book, second book, inquest, pain, trauma, post-traumatic stress is part of the package, even though I was not there. But what it has done for me, like Baba Luthuli's matter, an honor and privilege to have worked with the family when there was nobody there. It gave me an opportunity to go and study this man, to say, but who was this man? We must not forget that the government and the regime randomly killed our people. Sharpeville, Langa, Soweto, Boipatong. But they also targeted individuals. There was no coincidence that Baba Luthuli was killed. Amatimol was killed, Bantu Stephen Biko was killed, Mapeta Mohape was killed, Neil Eggert was killed. You know why? Those were the people that stood up, were prepared to die, and they could not compromise. So for me, when I revisit my uncle's legacy, Baba Luthuli's legacy, everybody else's legacy, it conscientizes me today to do the right thing. And what are we lacking today? We've got no morals, we've got no values, we've got no ethics. People that were socialists, just think about it. Socialists, communists, today are ultra-capitalists. From one to the other. I was prepared to be arrested, to be detained, to be tortured, to be killed. Viva our people. Today it's about how much money I can accumulate, about a pension, about my grandchildren that are not even born. I'm accumulating wealth for them. So our whole struggle was based on the principles. It was principles. That's why it was a legitimate struggle. And that is why I say I'm proud to be a nephew of a revolutionary, to have in my blood, in my veins, the blood of a martyr. But I can't stand here and say I'm fighting for truth and justice when I'm involved in corrupt activities on a day-to-day basis. Then what did my uncle die for? He did not witness the freedom. I'm enjoying the freedom with all the perks, with all the challenges in the country. But there's freedom. And then they tell us that no, it was better living during apartheid. It can't be. So for me, it's very clear. Doc, everything happens at its own time. Dr. Nsele, we've spoken earlier. We need to network. The NPA, DPCI need researchers. Law students here can't just be writing papers. They must get directly involved in those inquests that have been reopened. And we need to formalize those relationships. This is not a private entity which some civil society owns. Because it's been hijacked. We've got to take control of it as black people and not be shy about it. And everything that you've spoken, Doc, the issue about reconciliation, the about reparations, the about truth and justice, I totally agree with you. And these are things that we need to explore. So for me, it's an honor and privilege to be invited here, now to network with people and to say, no, you now agree? We're not apologetic, right? No, definitely not. We're never going to be apologetic. And even though we are few in numbers, as they always say, a luta continua, the struggle continues. Amandla.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Mr. Kaji. You went back to the issue of commemorations and the question that came earlier about commemorations and the issue of renaming. And sometimes renaming is good, but sometimes renaming conceals. So when we say it's Human Rights Day, instead of saying that it's the Sharpeville massacre so that we remember what happened on that day, when we say it's Youth Day and not say that it was the day when young people were killed in the Soweto uprising, what does naming and renaming mean? And what does commemoration mean in that context? So thank you so much. Comments, reflections? Yes, sir. We'll start with you. And there's a second one. Is there a third? Yes, there's a third one. Thank you so much.
Good day, Program Director, Mr. Kaji. Thank you very much for your very insightful words that you got there. You said something that touched my heart very closely about having to work together. I found doing the research and the investigation into this case that we work in silos and that we're not working together. We're working in different parts. We've got people who criticize, but they don't have any solutions. We've got a problem where they have dedicated prosecutors, dedicated detectives, but then it ends. There's no dedicated research team. There's no dedicated reconstructions. There's nothing of that nature. And then there's no money to pay a private company to come in and do a reconstruction. I'll have you know that a lot of the research and the investigation that my colleague Warrant Officer Nell and I did, a lot of it was done on our spare time, using our own resources. because we were still busy with our other cases. This was not our priority. It was everybody else's priority. Because my priority and my colleagues' priority was the work that we were given. I did 18 cases during the time that I was researching this case. And so that is a big problem, is we're working in silos. We don't know who we're going to get to. We don't know who to consult with. And that's where I think also the universities must please take a role. Stand up, say, right, we have got our historians, we've got our archivists, we've got our anthropologists, we've got our archaeologists. Let's use them to be consulted, that there is no delay in further taking of this. Thank you, Mr. Kaji.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that progressive input. Okay.
Sorry and thanks. So mine is going to be a set of reflections on, you know, the papers that were delivered
that was coming next. Would you mind holding on to that for me just a few minutes? I'll give you the opportunity to reflect on the overall.
Okay, there's a question.
You want to for
yes,
him?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
maybe let's focus on that.
Okay.
Now.
So Shabani Manganyi, in his wonderful text, Being Black in the World, writes the following: the effective control of black political initiatives since the early 1960s has meant that blacks relinquish any community-oriented objectives. This destruction of community feeling has been achieved by a means of a number of well-suited strategies. One of these has been the stifling of effective and articulate popular leadership. What becomes of this, as I hope to show later, was an individualism more malignant than that found within white elitist capitalist society. These words were written or were published in 1973. How prescient they feel when we do a moral assessment of the kind of leadership that we have, where in fact the approach that was taken where in the past in the past it was through the use of force and killing, it became much more insidious by simply just changing the incentive structure so that those who formed part of black leadership sort of reinforce what I believe is the original sin of South Africa, you know. So Dr. Kobe made mention, you know, kept making reference to the critique of the Azanians, and it took me to Article 8 of the Vereniging Peace Treaty, which made specific mention of the fact that the question of black franchise will be put aside until independent governance has been achieved. And why this matters is because whereas the legislative violence that was done was that of taking us out of franchise, the violence was then the inclusion, because we were included within a settler colonial logic which has not and will never be addressed until we also address the fact that the juridical thinking that we make use of in order to take recourse to what we believe is a source of legitimacy of this polity that we call South Africa is actually based on that peace treaty that was predicated on black exclusion. We'll never have it, is all I'm saying. So I've enjoyed, I guess my question to you is, based on the investigations that you've done, what are the specific things that you have found that you believe make up those incentive structures that are much more insidious than the threat of violence that was used on your uncle? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Prof. Mwebe here.
Thank you. Mine is just a comment reflecting on the important issue you raised about access to the TRC record. And to consider that the Archives Act makes provision for records to be accessed when they are 20 years old. And the TRC records are over 20 years old. So they should be opened to the public now. But they do mention the issue of Protea and others because it, like you're saying, who are they protecting? Because there are perpetrators in those records as well. And the records of the Xaba Brandwag are also not accessible, and they are over 60 years old. Those records of Tilman Ruos and Oswald Biro in the 1940s, and they are still not accessible. So maybe we need to make that the law of the country should, because it makes provision for us to access those records. And for the sake of our students, the issue of collaboration, we will also have to take it forward so that they research about this and they help, they play a role in terms of accountability and do the participatory action research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the last contribution there at the end, at the back.
Thank you very much. I am very blessed to be here today. I am also not a lawyer nor an academic.
Okay.
One of my points was actually covered in terms of working as a group or being united. I stand on the word accountability. I am very happy. A lot of speakers who spoke today spoke about accountability. And I've come to notice that even in Germany, they are still accounting till today, still doing reparations for the Holocaust and the Nazi era. And I'm just putting it to you in your journey. I think if you would also try and probe that or try and see how we can go about solidifying reparations in our country, seeing that there's a lot of injustices. And I hope these inquests do lead to trial, even though those people have already passed, so that we can just say it has been proven now that these people, it must be part of our history, that these people did these atrocious things, you know? And yeah, that's basically mine. And I actually had a question for the NPA, but they have already left, and I appreciate that this is ending with a banger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, your responses.
Let me just briefly deal with it. The first one, most certainly, like I said, Warren, this is not a NPA, DPCI initiative. And that's why I said it must be a national initiative. And you would imagine people belonging to the black, green, and gold would understand our history. But the less I speak about them today, the better, because it will mess up my weekend. But it has to be a national initiative. And then the thing should happen. And it shouldn't be that you need to incur expenses on your own. But I'm hoping and praying that this exercise has also taught you a lot to understand about this man. If they murder a man of the cloth, the man who stood up against his own comrades who were saying, but we must embark on violence. And here this man says, no, we continue being peaceful. And they murder him. So totally agree it must be a national initiative. The second question, coming back to my uncle and so forth, I sum it up, and I think, Doc, this is the issue that terrifies everybody. If you go back to the deaths of many of our loved ones, the enemies were from within. When you speak that language, people, blood pressure starts rising, because now it's going to come out that you were an enemy from within us. And that's a reality. And that is why many don't want to go there. And today, many of them are holding political positions of power. So when they hold positions of power, do you really think that they're going to stand and say, reopen inquest? when it might come out that they were one of the enemy agents. So that would be the second issue. To the second question. Archives, Prof, it's a given. I'm hoping that UNISA with the legal teams would assist in bringing court applications. No, I've got some access to some good lawyers, pro bono lawyers that will assist us. But we've got to do it. And again, if we don't do it, Prof, Doc, nobody's going to do it. And it's very important. There's an entire TRC inquiry going on. And the evidence that gets presented is confirming that there's records. Yes, they destroyed tons of records. Records continue to exist in government departments. But we've got gatekeepers protecting. Imagine. And again, I come back to about accountability and transparency and good governance. So we have selective good governance. But we don't have selective good governance for the past. The final one, my brother, accountability, most certainly. You know, also maybe, I don't know, you know, when you start getting gray hair and the age and so forth. You know what I actually embarked upon towards the end before Rodriguez passed on? I said, but let's look at the plea bargain. And when I say when we're looking at plea bargains, it's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign to say, okay, you never reconcile at the TRC. Let's look at, you know, we can change all of this. That when we reopen this inquest, yes, Prof, we need to reverse the findings as a given. Here's a person of interest that's living. This week, the Health Practitioners Council, Dr. Nsele, voted Bason Saga. Why doesn't it just stand up and say, you know what, I was responsible for all of this. Finish and I was responsible. You know the amounts of lives that were lost. And he comes and says, you know, I know about this death, know about this death. The family will say, okay, the SWAPO soldier's body was thrown off a helicopter into the ocean somewhere. At least they'll know they can have the final farewell to know where the remains are. But what does he do? They remain defiant. Remain defiant. And who do I blame? I blame this government because this government encourages them to remain defiant. And then we still pay their legal fees. So accountability, absolutely. But all of this, dear audience, at the end of the day, it must come back to consciousness. It's important we do all of this. But if we do all of this and it doesn't help us to be good, disciplined South Africans building our country, because what is the greatest tribute that we pay to Baba Luthuli? Yes, we reopen the inquest, which we need to do. We pay tribute to him. But we need to learn from him. We need to learn about his practices. In the most difficult time, he stood his ground. So today, we don't have to make those sacrifices of the past. All that's asked about us is to continue the struggle. The one phase of the struggle ended in 1990. There was a new struggle that started, but many have forgotten. Because the transition from a socialist and a communist to a capitalist, people have forgotten completely about the struggle. So we need to, with this entire exercise, program director, bring it back about consciousness, about being black, about being proud, about saying that we are going to contribute, and finally to leave a legacy. They tell me I have a death wish. Imagine post-apartheid pursuing this, under this government, they tell me I have a death wish. So I must be afraid for pursuing these matters. It can't be. It can't be. So we need to find ourselves again, and preserving these legacies, reopening this inquest, for me is the tool that we need, that we don't see these corrupt elements that are destroying our country today under the name of our loved ones. We distance ourselves from them, completely distance ourselves, that the legacy and the memories and the integrity of our loved ones will never be destroyed by this corrupt lot that are there. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to invite all our speakers to come and join us here in front. Dr. Nzele, Professor Ngwebe, Dr. Kobe. I'm very mindful of time, ladies and gentlemen, and we are moving towards the end of our colloquium. One of the things that we had wanted to do was at this time to have an open discussion. But I think particularly just based on the last comments that were made and inputs, we're already moving into that space to say what next, what are the practical things that we can do. And I think we've already started that conversation. So perhaps for the next 5 to 10 minutes, depending on what people have to share, we're going to open it up again for further questions that maybe if you had a question for Prof. Mwepe earlier and you didn't get to ask it, or now that you've listened to everybody, now you have a question. This is the opportunity to do so. I've noted Ntobeko, and then we'll go back to Ubuti behind the pillar, who I think wanted to make a contribution on the overall presentation. So you'll be given the opportunity to do so. So those will then be the first ones that I've noted, and a third one, and a fourth one, yes. And these don't necessarily have to be questions. It's now inputs to say, now that you've heard everything, what is it that you think we should do? How can we move forward? What are some of the things that are still left hanging? And then if there is a question also, then please do pose it to our colleagues so that we can think collectively. And Tomeko, please go ahead.
Thank you, Prof. Mine is a reflection. I wouldn't be a student of yours, Prof, if I didn't mention this. I think in terms of all of the contributions and provocations, there's a missing voice. And how we got to this inquest was we've left out the story and the contribution of Uma Bengu. Her constant challenge to the state kept his memory alive to the point to get to the inquest. So I felt like her voice was not present, and her contribution to this inquest, to it to be like realized to this day, was because of her. She challenged the state and said, what you're telling about my husband isn't true. So yeah, I think that I felt that her voice and her memory wasn't really present in this conversation, yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that into the conversation. I'm looking at myself, and I'm looking in the direction of the director, Ubaba Xaba. And I think, as we said, this work is ongoing. That is definitely, I think, something to note as we look specifically and pull things apart in terms of, the voices that are missing. And how do we continue the work, making sure that those that are in the periphery also come to the center. Thank you for that contribution. Buti, behind the pillar.
Thanks again. By the way, Buti's name is Obakeng Africa from...
Obakeng,
yes,
beautiful name, thank you.
Sure, from the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology. Yes, it's quite a mouthful. So something, the more theoretical point that I actually wanted to make, which I think is extremely important to also think about, is that, so Carl Schmitt, in his third essay in political theology, says, all theories of the modern state are secularized theological concepts. And why this matters is because functionally, when I look at the assumptive logic of the judiciary, it functions through what theologians call a theodicy logic. So theodicy is basically asking the question, why do bad things happen if God is all-powerful, all-knowing, and a good God? And in this instance, the assumptive logic of the judiciary is that it wants to justify why do bad things happen to black people, even though South Africa is a state that exists legitimately. And the general response that is starting to grow within the black radical tradition is that the state of South Africa is not a legitimate state. And therefore, the judiciary itself is simply a justifying parrot, right, which is trying to foist upon those of us who are the victims of the settler colonial regime that we're living under even today, it is, actively participating in that. And why this matters is because I think the stories that we are hearing, where there are these specters, the specter of Ndade Timol, okay, the specter of Timol, the specter of Mohapi, the specter of Hani, the specter of Luthuli. Those are the ghosts that are constantly reminding us of the fundamental illegitimacy of this state that we have founded, right? Because it is predicated on the Salad doctrine, right? So who's Salad? Salad is the guy who sat on the Commission of Inquiry that was meant to answer the question of the problem of native movement. And his argument was that the native must only be allowed within South Africa to the extent that they are going to be serving the needs of the whites. And the moment they cease to serve those needs, they must go back. And why this matters is because of the fact that we are faced with the problem of the free black, which is a politically and ontologically untenable construct. Because the state has de jure given us the rights, equal rights, to the beneficiaries of the settler colony that we are living within. But de facto, we are seeing that in practice, there is something about being a free black which is an ontological non-starter. A thing called the free black does not exist. And that was the fundamental contention of the Fallist movement. The reason why they were saying roads must fall and not apartheid must fall or whatever is because they were docketing something that is fundamentally illegitimate about the founding of South Africa. Hence, I go back to Article 8, which is a founding document, by the way, of this country, of this polity that we call South Africa. And also, the strange phenomenon of the founding of our country actually being promulgated by a legislative act that comes from the British Parliament in 1908. The fact that the judiciary continues to function under the Theodosian assumptive logic that says that the state is good. Now we need to figure out how we then adjust everyone's reality around the fundamental assumption of the goodness of the state. And all the names that have been put here, whether it is Ndate Luthuli's name, whether it is Ndate Timol's name, or it is Ndate Mohapi's name, they are the names that keep reminding us that this sovereignty that we're living under is illegitimate. So those are my reflections, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Where is... Oh, the gentleman at the back again, the one who spoke earlier.
Thank you very much. Mine is very easy. It is not that deep. It's very easy. It is directed to Dr. Nzele because I couldn't ask him earlier on when I spoke to him. But I just wanted to know, it's just a clarity-seeking question. I just wanted to know regarding when families come and identify bodies and take bodies home or whatever, is there no some sort of DNA corroboration maybe, to maybe prove that this is our son, our niece or something? Like, isn't there evidence that's needed prior to assuming the body to go bury or whatever? Because looking at just coming with ID, that is very easy because we know we can buy it at Home Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the process of DNA and how long it takes. But Doc will answer. Dr. Rollins.
I was just wondering if dead bodies look the same. So I want to ask if it's not possible for the full records of the courts to be released to researchers. Because I heard you, Doc, spoke about reconstructed scene, crime scene, new evidence that has emerged and that helped upturn the judgment. So I'm wondering, what is the smoking gun? That evidence that was found. And as researchers, we want to see it, and so we can also write around it. So is it possible for these cases to be made fully open to the public, for even the family to also assess the full records? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there a last comment, burning point? Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. If the gathering would allow me, I'd like to be very economical with the limited time that I have. And I'd like to apologize to the other fellow panelist members. I really wanted to engage, especially Dr. Ansel. However, I would like to caution that we must not throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I am saying this in direct response to Mr. Kaji. You in your earlier engagement, you kept on repeating accountability, and you've identified it as what is primarily lacking or absent in this modern democratic state that we live in. But it seems to be inconsistent with some of the conversations and discussions that were had here earlier on today, and I'll provide you with an example. And in fact, it's a question in the form of, from whom should South Africans seek accountability? And I'm asking this because if we accept, as was argued here today, that apartheid was a system and that the individual actors acting within that system were in essence extensions of a system. So when you then say there are certain crimes that are being hidden by, you are not saying this directly, but you are implying by comrades and former liberation heroes themselves. Do you not think that at the time of the TRC, which I think you will never find an ANC leader that will say to you that that was a perfect process, do you not believe that the intent was noble? Perhaps in execution, certain flaws would have been there. But given the heat of the moment, because the country was on a knife's edge, a literal knife's edge, that, and I can proudly say that as someone who grew up in the ANC, since you brought up the black, green, and gold. I should disclose, Chair, that I was hoping to sit here quietly and be an ordinary member until I was activated there. We were taught in the ANC that power is managed. So within the context of that process, having defined, yes, we'll have a TRC, but the only amnesty that will be granted will be for crimes that are proven to have been political. And for the benefit of the audience, some of the cases which he's referring to did not fall under the ambit of that protection. Therefore, post the TRC, having been determined this was not a political crime, they were then supposed to be subjected to a criminal process. This is not me defending my comrades. This is me defending, because if you recall, the TRC process occurred within the context of a GNU, which is very important for historical context. And the project of reconciliation, it was rising during a time when, and I like that you actually mentioned that, a large part of the deaths, enforced disappearance, I love that term that was introduced by one of the panel, the speakers. It actually occurred during 1980, towards that 1990 period that you talked about, but actually continued into the early 90s. That maybe the leadership felt, you know, we know that there are certain hundreds or maybe thousands of families that certain things are not answered, but we are also building a nation. And hence the question of saying, from whom should they seek the accountability? Because that same government is the same government that then produced the states that provided the constitution and the justice system that enabled the opening of all of these inquests that you've talked about, including the one that was reopened by the president, yes, under pressure and duress, given the case that had been filed by the families and other victims of that TRC process and apartheid crimes. But I raise this because when I say we must not throw the baby out with the bathwater, let us acknowledge the reconciliation worked. We did build a nation. We do have systems, and we do have institutions. And therefore, to my questions, when we say accountability, it should never be that there must be an individual, regardless of his position. We should be going to the institutions. And I believe that the men and women who came here today from the NPA, the men and women who are still here, the investigators, and I loved some of the comments that came there about some of the capacity issues that are still there to solve some of these crimes. These represent the very institutions that were actually built because we were able to have an imperfect reconciliation process. And I'm not saying it's perfect, and hence I asked the good doctor earlier on whether the poor should actually accept. But that was me saying there's a segment of this democratic dispensation that is not benefiting. And as I land, Chair, I would like to respectfully disagree with my colleague in saying that this is not a legitimate state and not legitimate government. But I will, again, we're a new generation of volunteers in the ANC. We understand that the moment we are in. And again, Mr. Kaja, we are very much, I like that remark that you put. You said, what are we saying about the legacy of these leaders? And I can assure you, I'm standing here as the branch secretary of the ANC Inkosi Luthuli branch in Johannesburg. And we have been preparing ourselves a commemoration lecture. But since we were not able to host it today because our speaker, Mr. Jeff Radebe, he is actually from 11 o'clock today testifying at that very TRC. So I want you to understand the ANC is busy with this work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your inputs. We did indicate that we're here to reflect together and to provoke where needed. And so I'm going to give my panelists an opportunity to respond to the comments, any that you would like to respond to, or those that were directed to people specifically, you'll respond to those as well. And then as you do so, to also just offer your concluding remarks, please. Thank you.
On the question of identification and misidentification of bodies, there are various modalities used for identification. So you ordinarily start with the easiest and the less costly. However, it should be cost effective. So that is visual identification, naked eye identification. And in most instances, that works well. The DNA has a place in instances where persons remain unidentified or unknown. Then DNA is used there. The DNA also has its own challenges from time to time. in certain cases where there's been certainty that dead deceased belongs to a particular family, when DNA is done, you find that there is no match. Then that complicates the circumstances. So that's the issue of identification. In the main, visually it works too, because an inquest would have been open, so that investigation or process is led by the investigating officer. So the issue of having an identity document, it's one amongst other necessities that have to be fulfilled. So once the investigating officer has ticked all the necessary boxes, including that of documentation, is the one who will then give a go-ahead that I am satisfied, having gone through A, B, C, D, that the deceased indeed belongs to the persons who are claiming relations. So that's the one. And the second question relates on, if I understood it correctly, what was the smoking screen or the new information which helped to indeed show that Inkosi Luthuli was murdered. There were various segments in the investigation. So amongst other things, the record and stories which had been documented, the witness statements, the findings at the inquest, there were a lot of contradictions. Now, when various experts, we've got to hear Sunet and Mr. Bejas, in their line of functioning, they could show the discrepancies based on a reconstruction of the circumstances as it were versus what was on record. That's just one segment. The NPA presenting here earlier, Advocate Chuen did mention that when the presiding magistrate for the inquest, he predetermined the outcome even before the inquest started, which is unlawful because no evidence at the time had been presented before him. Not only did he predetermine the outcome, he also, the record shows, he also said when he was informing the Minister of Justice that most likely the Luthuli family won't be happy with the finding. So that is recorded. So that's another area which shows that something incorrect was happening. On the aspect of medical evidence, there were 3 doctors which were involved. I'll try to sum up on that one. The doctor who was working in casualty, hospital, acute and emergency, Dr. Gregerson. She made findings, she ordered x-rays. So ordinarily, when a doctor orders an x-ray, they've got to look at it and make the observation, document them. She did not do that, as per the record. Dr. Van Zyl, who was doing the post-mortem examination, there are inconsistencies in what Dr. Gregerson had recorded. Then you find that even Dr. Van Zyl made such mistakes, which the record shows that it could not have been that way. So here there are apparent glaring mistakes, if we are to say, or it was intentional, purposeful, which somewhere down in their testimony, it's a clear contradiction. Also, he did not make a comment on the x-ray findings. which he ought to have done as part of performing the autopsy, because it starts with the medical records whilst the person was alive, the examination itself, and marry the two. The neurosurgeon, when he came on board, Mr. Jubel, he made findings. So Dr. Van Zyl, on the autopsy, he made findings of which ribs were broken. When the neurosurgeon made a comment on the X-ray findings, he's the only one who did. His observation was in contrast with what the autopsy doctor had made. So those are some of the contradictions which were noted. And then lastly, as I had earlier alluded, the constellation of injuries which were observed could not have been that of a train pedestrian collision. Two, there were injuries which one could tell that they were inflicted by another person, as you would find some of those injuries in relatively protected areas where it has to be an assault. A train would have not inflicted such injuries. So the constellation of all those factors, medical and non-medical factors, it's what then made it apparent that indeed the original story, the original finding, as it were, was factually incorrect. Thank you.
Well, I think in regards to my concluded remark, the last speaker, I think you shared your story as personal. And I think that for me, this is what decoloniality means. Decoloniality doesn't start from an abstract notion. It comes from within lived experience. I am the great-grandchild of Untsikane. For a long time, I didn't want to write about Untsikane because those who wanted me to write about Untsikane was in their own perception and memories of who he was. But going to the archive, I forced a paper to say that you can't read Diosoga outside of Untsikane because these people were in the same space. The publisher said, no, Dr. Kobe, Tsigane has nothing to do with Diosoga. You know, she was throwing tantrums at me from the UK, of course. Then one day she went to Edinburgh Library. When he got there, he saw the whole archive of my family. She was taking pictures. I can't believe your whole family is here and it is in a special collection. Not everyone is allowed to see that. So I think I appreciate how you connect your personal story into our story. And I think this is how we must think about decolonizing education. And then in my last comment, my colleague Obageng, yes, the delegitimization that South Africa is a delegitimate country. But within that country, there exists a Bantu people country. So our ancestors were here before. So when I do my own research, I live in the double consciousness of being in that country of my people, but then the created country. So I always try to bring these two together. My problem with that statement is that it's only used when the poor are trying to find meaning to their own lives. To say, no, why are you doing this? Because, you know, this is, we must bring this state to the end. But we are accepting jobs at UNISA. We and our children are eating, are going to private schools, are doing all these things, but we bring
My final remark relates to what was said earlier on, and this one, as a university, I think we will do through your office, which is the chair, Albert Luthuli chair, that we should be able to get students from all the colleges, especially College of Law and Humanities, that they are interrogating these issues, the students themselves, and then benefit out of the whole saga. And lastly, I think from the SG, he should take the cue from the presentation that there was a mention of the ANC archive that is being lost, the digitized archive. I think you should take it back to the branch that they should salvage that archive so that it become accessible in the near future. Thank you.
Just 2 points from my side. Obviously, due to the limitation of time, you know, we always focus on our unsung heroes and heroines. But the survivors, we don't focus on them. And that's a complete story on its own. And in my practical case, I mean, I saw my grandmother, my grandparents, and they were old school, there's no counseling, so they lived with that grief for the rest of their lives, and they passed on with it. So obviously we need to spend time dedicated specifically to the survivors, because their stories are not told. Secondly, Doc, we can obviously engage the entire day about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and I'm of the view that the TRC was hijacked. I mean, there's a view that transitional justice experts, and again, we can explore and we can discuss that. But the reopening of inquest that has happened since the Timor one has not been driven by politicians. Let me put it simply, they are opportunists of the highest order. Opportunists of the highest order. So when these inquests are reopened, they're very quick to take credit for it. But when we push and ask for this inquest to be open, they discourage us. They tell us, no, leave it. You're opening old wounds, move on. But when it's proceeding and it's a positive finding, they then come to court. And then they want to take accolades for the struggles and efforts that we've put in. So they are simply opportunists of the highest order, and they must be exposed. And I think families, the majority of them know how many of them have abandoned us and discouraged us. So for them to come and stand on platforms and take credit for it, it will never work. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much, Mr. Kaji, for also highlighting the importance of acknowledging those that are still here, those whose names are not known. We are celebrating 70 years this year also of we're commemorating, right, the 1956 March. There are few names that we know, and this is also an invitation to all of you. On the 5th of August, next week, we're going to be hosting an event here at UNISA, and some of those voices we're going to hear. These are Abo Mama who were there in 1956, but we don't even know them or know about them. And so I agree with you that the story will never be complete if we don't open up opportunities for other voices who also contributed to also be heard. So thank you so much. And I think in the spirit of moving forward and thinking about practicalities, I welcome your challenge, Professor Mwepe, and I'm looking in the direction of our students and those who are busy with maybe your honors, your masters. The Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair does have bursaries if you want to do your master's or a PhD in this work. The invitation is open, and maybe we'll actually have a formal call for studies focusing on this, and bursaries will be made available to the students who are interested in the work. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call the chairperson of Council of the Luthuli Museum once more, and maybe Mr. Sandile Luthuli, you can also join us in thanking our panelists formally. So if you could come please and join me just for 1 minute so that we can officially thank our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll agree with me that we have truly been fed, and our panelists did come to the party and they offered as something to think about and something to take home with. So please, once again, let's give them a round of applause. And as my colleagues come forward and assist me with the tokens of appreciation. Please come through. If you could stand, please, colleagues. Maybe.
Yes, I believe so. I'm meant to give to the colleagues. Oh, these are extra.
Let's please give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. And Mr. Sandile, please don't go far. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the Luthuli family representative to offer a few remarks.
Thank you, Prof. I will be brief. I know I'm standing between this and lunch for everyone. I will say I stand on protocol that has been observed throughout the day. Next year marks 60 years since Chief Albert Luthuli's brutal assassination. Therefore, the team that unraveled this mystery faced a very arduous task. The absence of witnesses, faded memories, tracing of perpetrators, destroyed records, and a myriad of other complications. So in that context, the work that they did is actually very stellar work. The next phase of actually accurately capturing and reflecting the final chapter of this remarkable man opened up with the October 2025 judgment. The deliberations today have been quite provocative, starting with Prof. Mwepe's argument that erasure and or alteration of historical archives is often not the optimal option. The ideal may well be an enhancement with the latest reality. Dr. Ntsele opened our eyes and located the assassination of Chief Albert Luthuli at the oftentimes toxic intersection of race, politics, medical ethics, and the state abuse of power. The combined network of the NPA, the pathological work, the DPCI, highlighted that subsequent cover-up of a crime can be far more detrimental, can be far more detrimental to the surviving families than the actual commission of the crime itself. And I think that Imtiaz was at pains to highlight that particular point. The final chapter of Chief Albert Luthuli remains incomplete, Prof, without a full and properly researched understanding of the last 5 years of his life, the period of 1962 to 1967. The inquest gave us some insight into some of these issues. his efforts at intensifying the international isolation of the apartheid state through alliances with the American civil rights movement, his efforts at forging an alliance with African leaders as the era of independence of African states was sweeping the continent, particularly West Africa. The ever-escalating draconian restriction orders, the last of which was a 5-year banning order issued in 1964. The research question that arises from this is, what was he doing to invite the wrath and venom of the apartheid state leading to his assassination? What was this existential threat that he posed to warrant that he should actually be removed from society? I mention this to challenge and invite historians and researchers to look deeper at these final 5 years of his life. As the Luthuli family, we remain eternally grateful to the work done by these consummate professionals comprising investigators, lawyers, medical professionals, and locomotive trained specialists. As they proceed to unravel other similar cases, let us keep them in our prayers. The pursuit of truth for victims of apartheid atrocities should be your enduring legacy. In your absence, Prof. Inkosi, year after year, the Albert Luthuli Research Chair, under the stewardship of Prof. Sekgalo, continues to stretch its own boundaries in promoting our grandfather and grandmother's legacies. It is a relationship we treasure deeply. Wow. Words escape me in acknowledging the intellectually provocative contribution made by Dr. Kobe and Imtiaz. Thank you very much. I believe, as I stand here and conclude, that these words, that these are the words that the two surviving daughters of Mapengwe and Inkosi Luthuli would have conveyed to this gathering. For Thandeka Xaba and Dr. Albertina Luthuli, the October 2025 judgment went a long way towards closing their 50-year-old wounds. Ndolibuwa ngamanda, re leboga, siyabonga.
I think that was a combination of closing remarks, but also vote of thanks. And I was going to invite you, Chairperson of Council, to also just say final words to us. No? Yes, just 1 minute to say something to us as well. Advocate Naidu, ladies and gentlemen, she is the chairperson of the Luthuli Museum Council.
Okay, I seem to also be standing between lunch and everyone else, and it's just been such an overwhelming experience being here with, so much of wisdom, professors and advocates and the NPA, the medical experts, just to unravel, the happenings of the inquest and where we are today and what can be done moving forward. It's been a very enlightening experience, and I want to thank our research chair, especially for this opportunity to be here and to learn so much. There's so much work to be done. When the NPA visited us at Groudville and handed us the judgment, Mr. Xaba was there and the entire team, and we made an undertaking at that time to say, let's leave no stone unturned in making sure that history is, the truth is out, and that we change the narrative. it is told that history cannot be changed, and the inquest proved that it could be. So we took a decision at that time, the Council of Luthuli, to say we need to change the narrative, and therefore, you know, and one of the ways of doing it is through academia. So we are so grateful for this event and everything that has come out, really. And I think there's so much more to, you know, I informed Mr. Xaba and the team that we have just begun, you know, so we might have come and we, you know, with the inquest, the finding, we might have come to the beginning, not the end, of really opening up this whole, and I like the challenge that our research chair has given to us, you know, to say, and I'm encouraged by it. I was speaking to one of the other professors and saying that I want to pursue my doctorate, so maybe I will also consider, you know, taking up this challenge. Yeah, I just want to thank everyone. I don't want to mention everyone by name, but it's been a really great experience, and our research chair, Mr. Xaba, the team, the Luthuli team as well, on behalf of the museum, thank you everyone. Really, it's been such an amazing experience, and the work has just begun. So there's so much more, and I look forward to next year and all the work that is going to come out of this event. Thank you so much.
Nothing more to say after that, ladies and gentlemen, except to say that lunch is served. I'm going to invite my first two tables here to please make your way to that table, to that serving station there, so that you can start serving yourselves, please. Ladies and gentlemen, there's also another serving station that side, so the rest of you can start going in that direction. And then when our dignitaries are done this side, some of you can make your way this side. Thank you so much.